All right, good evening, everyone. And I use that term loosely. It's Wednesday evening, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. My name is Jesse. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me, if you are joining me, for our 10th session of Etherfields, a little unscheduled Etherfields emergency playthrough. This game has got its hooks in me. I do feel that urge to complete it, and yet it's a big giant campaign. Most of the channel does not want to watch Etherfields. I get it. I get it. I get it. It's hard to watch. This is one of these streams that, unlike a mystery where we can discuss it as a group and really dig our teeth into a story, this is a board game. There is some real story elements, but it's strange. It's not for everyone. Even as a game, it's clearly a bit of a divisive game. Someone was just in the Discord describing how they played a couple hours of Etherfields and it was a very frustrating experience fighting the same monster over and over again. I didn't expect to enjoy this game as much as I am. Jonathan Warner was the one who picked this out for us to play. He's in the chat. Whoops, that is not what I wanted to do. He's in the chat as we speak, but it's got its hooks in me, and I think that's for a bunch of different reasons. I can see some of the clear flaws in the game, but I think Etherfields has been a bit of a lesson about taking reviews too seriously, which is an unusual thing to say as someone who does quite a few board game reviews, but allow me to mention once again, longtime viewers of this channel know that I've told this story before, but I had a friend in a local game group here called Dave Rogers, and he said something which at the time seemed pretty unusual statement. He basically said, when you look for reviews, you should be looking for games that divide the audience, divide people into those who hate it and those who love it. And if you just look for games with high ratings, that means you're finding games that appeal to everyone. And sometimes you get a masterpiece, but very often there's a price to be paid for trying to appeal to everyone. And that price is that sort of the edges are sanded down, and you sort of can't get brilliance if you try to appeal to everyone. Etherfields is a great example of a game that seems to have very much divided its audience. Some people really dislike it, found it tedious, so much so that the developers released a whole new way to play the game between Kickstarter delivery of Wave 1, Wave 2. In fact, I find myself in the group that found the original rules a bit tedious. And that has to do mostly with this overworld dream world map that you have to travel around between dreams. This is a big giant campaign game with tons of scenarios, dreams, and in between dreams you play this little mini game. Now, I don't like mini games. I think that's true with almost every game I play. If you show me a game where the players have to do little mini games, whether it's a game like there are a bunch of cooperative games, some science fiction ones, where each player is at their own little console and they do their little mini game. Sometimes it's like some polyomino mini game. I just don't like that. Just give me the real game that's got some story in it. And this little mini game on this dream world I don't really love, and I don't really love fooling around with these slumber monsters. But anyway, the version 2 rule set has been good. But there is so much to like here in this game. And I'm a sucker for the legacy feel of getting better and better as the campaign go on. I am a sucker for this surrealistic world and the art style and the teasing of a larger conspiracy mystery. It's got a little bit of a feel of Lost, where I feel like, are they really going to deliver on these mysteries? I don't know, but I'm in for the ride. Now, the other reason why this has been so enjoyable is we've had one main person who's played Etherfields and clearly loved it, has been joining us, helping us find these little hidden items, and it's just been a pleasure. I get real pleasure out of someone else enjoying the experience, and so it makes me enjoy the game more to know that there's someone else enjoying this experience as well. Couple more things before we get started. Let me address this comment here by Glenn C. I guess Jonathan is answering it, which is, let's go over it. The rules change in this game as you go. You get new abilities. That's been very fun. Okay, so Glenn C was saying, look, you may not have remembered, but you can roll the dice to boost your intent. That's this luck die. And if you have 2 intent and you need 3, you can roll this dice, and then maybe you'll get extra. Maybe you'll get nothing, or maybe you'll get a very bad complete failure. Now, this has to do a little bit with playstyle. Some people are very comfortable with that kind of luck element. I don't love it. So I tend to avoid making actions that require this luck die. The only exception is if you have enough blue gems to let you re-roll. However, at some point we got an ability, the Shining Gem ability, which lets us use gems to just add to intent. So we've sort of switched strategies between stocking up on blue gems so that we could re-roll to just using the gems as a guaranteed +2. It's hard to justify rolling this die, because half of the sides are a complete 0. And one of the sides is a critical fail, which costs you. So it's hard to justify rolling this dice if you don't have blue gems, because 50% of the time you're going to fail the action. And then it's furthermore hard to now justify spending these to re-roll this, because this gives you a +2. The only way you could do better is your 1 out of 6 chances that you roll the +3. So unless it's an emergency, it's very hard to justify rolling this die to boost intent from my perspective. And that's a good thing. I think it's much more interesting decision to decide when to spend these for intent, or when to save them to re-roll the monster movement die. Okay, we've got a whole bunch of cards we have to be aware of. Oops, we don't want to lose that. A whole bunch of cards to be aware of. I'm going to do a little bit of a refresher, but we've got some other things to talk about here. I've made some more 3D prints. I've made a little print for cards in hand. Maybe this will keep the play space a little more organized. I have them here too. These are this very nice parameterizable open SCAD model for these little individual card trays. You can configure the exact size, and then they link together, and you can see that I made one as well for the Dream World map. That just makes it easier for me to push it aside and bring it back. I've actually got one for this whole area too, which would keep it nice and organized. However, frequently we get cards that go out at an angle or go halfway, and that won't work. So we'll probably just use this as intended for that. I did set up a new camera angle, which is this one, which gives us a close-up of cards in hand at a little better resolution here. So I hope I can remember to switch to this view when we're figuring out what to do on a turn. Won't hold our whole extended hand, but most of it. 7, 8, actually, that's pretty much most of it. All right, well, while we're down here, let's talk about the progress cards that we've built up. Remember, normally you can have 4. We have one that lets us have 2 extra ones. This is sort of our character, the specialist. This is what they're good at, progress cards. So they've got a here, that's a +2. We've got a shotgun, but it has no charge on it, so it's useless for now. But we've started to remember to build up charges on here. We've got a brand new card that we got very recently called Long Arms, which just increases the range of assault actions. This one, combined with another one we have somewhere, Tactics, is actually a really nice combination. In fact, maybe I'll put Tactics. It's face down, so we don't have access to it yet, but we have an easy way. Our specialist is good at flipping these cards, which is very good and sometimes very hard to get these cards flipped back over, but not for us. Tactics allows you to do an assault against all enemies in range. So you combine these two things, and all of a sudden, we could do an assault for one small cost and kill everyone on the board. So this is a real combo. And the fact that this is red, so increases the range. I mean, think about it. You got 3 of these. We can all of a sudden hit people anywhere on the map, and one assault hurts all of them. I mean, that's amazing. So I think that combination is a pretty strong combination. Now, we've also got this optimization card, which is one of our favorite cards. It says when you trigger the Delta phase, which lets you recover health and sealed cards, and we do have a lot of sealed cards currently. Normally, you can only choose one of those actions on the Delta phase, but this lets you choose 2 of them. This is our way to sort of recover all our health and all our sealed cards. Our plan was to do a Delta phase soon, but then unexpectedly at the end of our last dream, we got in pretty good health. So we actually only have 2 distress now, but we do have a bunch of cards that we'd like to unseal. But then something else happened at the end of yesterday's dream. Yesterday's dream was a pretty cool one. Actually, might have been one of my favorites. Was that your favorite dream from yesterday, Jonathan? It was actually a very cool dream where it was a science fiction dream where we were speaking to some aliens. The only thing that was so weird was we didn't really understand how it ended. Like, we communicated with the aliens and then it wasn't clear if they were going to come invade us. And we didn't fully explore the map, but the whole world got destroyed by the aliens. I think we missed out on some discoveries we could have made on that map. Probably we should have taken our time. In fact, for sure we should have taken our time, because that was a mission, one of the rare missions where we weren't being constantly aggressively attacked by a monster until something triggered. And we got a little carried away and could have taken our time and gotten a new card if we had thought about it. There was some research on the computer that we didn't fully go through with, so a little bit of regrets in not exploring that dream world more. Maybe that's a lesson for the future. But one thing that odd that happened at the end of that dream is we got this new season. And this is the first time we've had a non-normal season. The normal season just says play the rules as written. But then we're told there are some bad seasons and some good seasons. This season is particularly good. It says do all of the dream world, the delta phase actions. So we don't need our optimization card. It's not just 2, it's all of them. That's huge. Are we going to lose this before we get to use this? That's the only concern I have. And I'm also, well, let me say this. While we've been playing Etherfields, I keep threatening, like every session of Etherfields, I start out really excited, and then there's inevitably a moment where I'm like, this is not fun. Like there's some busy work that we're being made to do, an hour traveling around the overworld map, and I'm like, why there's too much of this game. There's like 30 more scenarios. We can't be wasting our time with this nonsense. We've got too much real content to play. So it occurred to me the other day, some people have more tolerance for house ruling and stuff, but this is a game about dream logic. And dream logic has its own kind of logic. And it's sort of like, I feel like we should be willing to bend the rules more if we can justify them. So I bring this up with this because I can see us getting a bad season card and me not wanting to obey it. So let's just keep that in mind. I'm almost thinking like maybe we shouldn't be playing with these season cards so that I can ignore the bad ones. I'm not sure, but if we can justify not our house rule, we're going to use a house rule more than normal in this game. While we're on the subject of delta phase, let me point out that in one of our missions, we got this, the delta emergency button. I'm not going to push it because I don't want to click it. But we got this button. It was all actually on a token, but I made a little button for us. And we could push it whenever we want, but it feels like we should save it for emergency. We don't know what's going to happen. We think probably when we push this that we might trigger an emergency delta phase. And because we're so close to a delta phase of our own, a normal delta phase, we've got a delta phase coming up after the next 4 slumbers, so less than halfway. And we're in pretty good health, so I'm sort of hesitant to push that button until we're in trouble. In fact, we might even push it while we're in the middle of a mission, the middle of a dream if we're in trouble. We also have a bunch of additional cards. And here is one that we want to keep our eye open for. Once per dream, we can spend to, if we see one of these, to trigger it. We have seen one of them, that bird. We know what dream it's in. It's a dream we can go back to, so we may want to do that. We also have all of these symbols we're on the lookout for, and Ghost Drive, otherwise known as Genetics, has actually told me a couple of them that he saw. Let's see. Here was one he saw in this. Here was the, was it a toy he saw in this one? No, a symbol he saw in this one. I don't remember what symbol. But then this one was definitely a symbol. Look at this. This was from our dream last night. I think it's this door that he's saying is here. Can you see that? Yes, it's that door in the bottom right. So we're going to look up this one, but the other one we're going to wait till we go in there. And then he saw actually one of our toys, I think, in this dream, which was a previous dream. There's one of the toys here, that little doll. So if we go back to that dream, which I think we can go back to, let's remember to look up that. But I'm not gonna, I think there's gonna be some sort of statute of limitation that expires after a dream is well over. And most of the time it's built into the script. Like it'll say, okay, if you see this, then you can do this. And obviously when you're not in the dream, it has no purpose. But let's, before we start today's mission, let's at least read the one from yesterday. I do like that some of the dreams you can go back to, some you can't. All right, before we do that, and that's actually specific to us, so that's kind of cool. All right, before we do that, is there anything else to catch up on? I have scheduled on Saturday afternoon a playthrough of a fan-made case for New York Noir by Martinus Conradi, who's written some Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases. So that's going to be kind of exciting. I hope you can join me for that Saturday afternoon. We'll see how, it's a little bit of an experimental case, but we'll see how that goes. You can see also behind me a couple new games have arrived, including the latest Cryptic Killers game, Murder in Medieval Britain. And another game that's off screen you can't see, another autopsy medical game that's meant for competitive play. Jonathan says, I think we should try to get those 4 green progress cards if we can. We have 2 in play now. So we have discovered 2, is that right? You're right, we have 2. Okay, so at the beginning of the game, what we learned is our person has a personal sort of memory they're trying to relive or something. And that triggers, if we have 4 green progress cards, that triggers our personal backstory of some sort. So we don't have 4 green cards to bring out, but we have 2. And when we go shopping, sometimes they come up and we're thinking maybe we buy them just in case. Even though I do believe our like red powers are super useful, we do want to get those greens just to achieve that. We do have 3 ether, not quite enough for a big shopping trip, but we're almost there. All right, anything else to talk about before we get started? I think that's it. All right, let's read this little script from yesterday's session that Ghost Drive found. This lab reminds me of something. It was a long time ago. In 1 year of our research, the laboratory was already able to test over 10,000 sleeping volunteers, gather accurate data from the course of each cycle, transcribe countless memories, and conduct even more experiments. Dreams were more than just dreams. Their realities became not so different from our world. More and more, we began to notice a completely separate category of dreams, or rather gates to another world. Volunteers awoke there and led their second lives as their usual ones, and alarmingly began treating their real lives here in the waking world as just dreams. After awakening in the other world, their second memory immediately returned. Many felt at home there, even though they had completely different families, jobs, appearances, and names. That world was similar to ours, but even so, it seemed that the development of their civilization moved in a slightly different direction than ours. Some people don't even want to return from there. So far, we've been able to bring everyone back. However, the sleeping figure in front of us was not responding to the awakening program. We couldn't get her to wake up. Her brain worked intensely while dreaming, but her body lay limp, clutching a toy, a small puppet dressed in a yellow coat. Well, this is a very good story for us. Like, it feels like it is explaining a little bit more about this dream world, and we got a new ether. So remember, we were in a laboratory. There was a patient on a table, and we're hearing now about, like, in 1 year of our research, we were conducting dream research, and people were leading their own new lives in this dream world. And you could even wake up in this dream world. Category of dreams, or rather gates. Wow, this is a very good story advancement for us. Pretty cool. Who is this? What is this toy? A small puppet dressed in a yellow coat. Very interesting. Okay, Anna has joined us as well. Anna hopefully heard that we're going to play Martinez's New York Noir case on Saturday. We're going to be getting to Anna's cases soon as well. Okay, so I guess our next decision is to resume our position on the Dream World map. We are here in Horizon, where we finished our dream. One more thing to remind you. We got ourselves a little bit confused in our last couple playthroughs about whether we could just sit on a space and keep doing the actions, but you can't. The rules say clearly that every turn you need to move. So you must move. You cannot stay still. It would have been nice if they said that more explicitly, but basically it says choose one of the paths, move the team marker to the next location. So you have to move. You have to keep moving. You can't just stay in a gate and gain keys. So we don't really have a choice here. We must, there's only one arrow direction to go. That's here. This is relocate to awakening. We're here. And then our next move must be here. So we're at a gate. We're going to look at our gates to decide where we want to go. But this is just where we're forced to go now. We don't have any keys, so we obviously need keys. So we're going to have keys and draw a slumber card here. And start our session as we normally do by having a little slumber fight. But I suppose before we go and do that, let's go and look at the dreams available to us and decide where we're going to go. What dream we're going to go for next. All right, let's see what we've got here. Wait, who lives in my house? It's a 2 keys. This is the house full of cockroaches. So we almost played this yesterday. This is in suburbia. Or we could go to the city that never sleeps. That needs 3 keys. Looks pretty complicated. Return to the foggy docks. So we've got a bunch of the green returns. These are dreams we've already been to. We haven't yet returned to a dream. They're all cheaper to go into dreams you've already been to. They're all 1 keys to go back. I think we're still in the mood of going to new dreams, don't you think? And then we've got the ending of our campaign. You need 6 silver keys. We got one in our last location, which was pretty amazing. We've got the second silver key. So we have 5 more we need. And look, it's got an E for Etherfields, I guess. And that gave us a little bit of storyline as well. So you can't go in that till you're all done, but we could go to also to the old mansion. I hoped I would never have to go back there, and yet it's the first time for us. And this is the dream that maybe will go away in a balloon. 3 keys to get into this one. Profundum. Do we have Profundum? Yes, we do. We have all of these places, I believe. Phantasmagoria. Actually, we don't. We have not unlocked Phantasmagoria, so we cannot go to the old mansion yet. Maybe I should put these off in some different location. All right, so what's it going to be? Here are our new dreams. And here are some old ones. Any thoughts in the channel about where you'd like, which dream you'd like to play today? I think we're agreed also that we're not going to trigger this Delta phase emergency button because we're so healthy. In fact, I'd be inclined to try to go for a difficult mission, difficult scenario to get wounded before we trigger the next Delta phase. Like, let's let ourselves get some wounds before we recover it. Isara says, what about going back to the foggy docks? I'd be inclined to go to new dreams before we go back to old ones. Jonathan says, wait, who lives in my house or the city that never sleeps? We were talking yesterday about going into the cockroaches. So maybe that's the one we should do. In fact, who lives in my house? That seems like if we're interested in our origin story, I think this is the one I'd like to do. Who lives in my house? And we'll worry about returning to dreams we've already done later. All right, so we want to eventually get to suburbia. Now we can get our map here and figure out where we're headed. So we're actually in suburbia and we need 2 keys. Now look at this, back and forth. So we could actually get our 2 keys very quickly by going back and forth here. That's even more reason to do suburbia. And as long as we're in agreement that we don't need to go shopping yet, I think that makes sense. Let's just quickly get ourselves into a new dream. All right, so we're going to go for, we have yet to lose a scenario. All right, we're going to go for this dream in suburbia. Very easy to do. Our first stop is at the suburbia gate. We don't have the 2 keys to go in, so we're going to grab a key from suburbia. You remember the version 2 rules tell us that basically in version 2 at a gate, you can gain a key and resolve the slumber deck. So that's what we're going to do. We are going to turn over the next slumber card and see what we've got. The degenerates. All right. we have fought the degenerates before. They try to steal your items. So what we have agreed is that we play every new slumber at least once. We have played these. Jonathan reminds me, okay, so how could let's remind ourselves the various ways we have now to skip slumbers. Let's talk about them. First, we can just, well, this actually doesn't say that we can choose to skip it. So I guess you can't choose to skip this one. However, we do have the version 2 card that is called Power Nap. No, that's for a failure. It's Continuous Dream. So if we wanted to, we can just decide not to have this slumber. We suffer a distress, and then we gain a key, which is pretty hugely powerful. This is for people who like to do mostly dreaming. So we could just say right now, we're using Continuous Dream. We're going to take a distress or steal 3 cards, and then we gain a benefit of a key, which is what we want. We want keys. We've already got 1. That would give us 2 right away. So that's one way we could skip it. Here's another way we could skip it. Deliverance. The Deliverance ability gives us a whole stack of cards and gives us ways to deal with these slumbers. We have to have the slumber, but we can try to end it quickly by doing some weird things with the creatures, which ends the slumber with a script that might be interesting. We tried it once and we got boring stuff, but that might just be the way we decided to end it. So there's the Deliverance script you would read, and then when we do, it gives us choices. So here are different ways that we could end the slumber with the degenerates, and we think maybe that it matters that we do the right deliverance with the right one. So these are people that steal things from you. So one question would be, is there a deliverance card that might be particularly suitable for people who are degenerate stealing stuff from us? We could say, I'm laying down my weapons. I trust you won't hurt me. We could try to understand, why are you doing this? Like, this seems like it might be a good card to use with the degenerates. Like, why are they trying to steal everything from us? But maybe you don't try to reason with the thief. Maybe you try intimidation or deception, or just go in a rage. And maybe this one, maybe the more expensive ones will get rid of them permanently. So this is sort of the fun way to deal with them. But as Jonathan points out, we actually have a very unusual card that is specifically for the degenerates. It says, discard this card to end the slumber, the degenerates or shapeless slumber, instead of resolving it. So we would just end it. Now let me point out that degenerates we've seen before, so I wonder if we should save this until we see the shapeless. But do we want to carry this card around? And then you don't get a victory. So this doesn't seem like that useful. This doesn't seem like a very attractive thing to use. Like, we use this, we don't have to do this slumber, but we also don't get the key. I think in our case, I wonder if we're not better off taking this wound to get the key or advance on our mystery path. Especially since we're not very wounded and we think that we're going to trigger Delta phase soon. So I think we should not use the mud for this. Instead, I think because we've already fought the degenerates, unless we want to try deliverance, which I don't think we do, I think we use this ability. We take a distress, and then we either gain the key we want or we gain the secret path. So let's just do this. It wants us to take a turn card, but we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so I'm going to take a distress, which is our third distress, because I think we can afford these. I wouldn't be doing this if we didn't have plenty of... if we weren't in such good health. So I'm going to take a distress, and now we're going to end this. And now we're going to do one of these three things. Now, what do you want to do? Do you want a key or do you want the secret path? I think we should take the secret path because this is one of the few situations we've been in when we're in such good health that we can afford to spend a little more time walking and getting keys. So I think we should go on our secret path. What do you think about that? Let's do it. Instead of taking a key, we'll walk a couple loops. Let's do the secret path 234M. If you'll remember, 234M has a whole bunch of cards. They go in an order. There's a whole bunch of them that you have to trigger one at a time. So 234M, the next path for us is step 3. We've only done 2 so far. It's got this very weird little spooky card, and let's read this. Never lose hope too soon. It's the wind in your sails. Each dreamer cures 2 distress and return this card to the secrets or remove this card from the game. Take a look at the failed lucid decks, but it's not time to open them. Take a look at the foiled lucid decks, but it's not time to open them. All right, so we don't know what they're talking about. But I think they're talking about these. I wouldn't call these foiled, but I think that's a language translation. I think it's talking about these sealed decks. There's 4 of them. I'm guessing it's one for each character. So I'm guessing at some point on this path, we are going to do this. Aren't we on step 3? Isn't that what this is? This is step 3. I don't know why on the front of this it says first mystery path. I think there's multiple stages. Now look at what this cool thing is though. It's basically saying, look, if you're low on health, you can use this trigger to cure 2 distress. But if you're not, and then you'd have to do this again. So if we use this to cure the distress, then we'd have to encounter it again every time we choose to advance the secret path. We would cure 2. So you could, this is a pretty cool choice. You could say, hey, look, let's leave this in the deck. Let's always do this. It'll help us cure. And it's a great way to stay healthy, but then you don't get to advance your mystery path. But for us, we are all about discovering stuff. So I think, let's just make sure there's no more symbol on this card. This card isn't in here. No, that's someone with a knife. So I think we are all in on our mystery path. So we are going to just remove this card from the game instead of getting any benefit. But the benefit is that the next time we advance the mystery path, we'll get to the next card. Okay, that was our continuous dream mode, and that was us getting rid of the degenerates, which go on the bottom of the deck. 3 more and we'll trigger Delta Phase. All right, next step, we walk over here. Well, we do have other choices. We could take a shortcut to another gate, but surely this is our easiest path back and forth. So I'm going to go here, which brings out a fate card, which is this. Draw and place 1 Dreamscape Slumber tile. If there's a free quirk spot, place this card here. So it's the Quirk of Darkness, which makes a slumber harder. So what we do here is, remember at the start, we get out our slumber dream with 2 map tiles for the slumber, always the same starting 2. And then this says draw a new one to add to the slumber map. If there's a space for a quirk, which there is, this would go into it. So the next time we have a slumber, we're going to have to deal with this additional problem. And we are going to have another slumber because we're going to go right back up here to get our next key. We have to cycle this twice. So here we are on this gate. We don't have 2 keys because we got our mystery path in again instead. So now we're going to get our second key and have to do a slumber, which is not bad for us because we want to trigger the end of this to get to Delta Phase. So let's see what our next slumber is. The Dreammonger. Okay, so here's a good example. This is a purely good slumber. This guy just hangs out and lets us go shopping. He lets us go shopping for 6 contact. We only have 2 turns to do it. There's no victory. You can't kill him. We're just getting to talk to this guy. So we're going to do this slumber so that we can go shopping with our 4 ether. Of course, the darkness quirk is going to be an issue for us, but that's okay. So we're going to remember that we are on this gate, and we're going to slide this out of the way. We're going to have this Dreammonger encounter now. Here is our dream map. And let's see what this one is. So here is our quirk card. We start off here. All right, let's just read how this quirk card works. If any dreamer places a flashlight, if we illuminate an area, and we do have a flashlight here that we can use to illuminate, as soon as we illuminate any darkness, we discard this card. But while it's in play, we have to seal a card anytime the blue effect triggers while we're in a dark space, and most of the slumber is dark. Now, what might make life difficult for us is this spawn point, but actually not really. It's no different. It's no increased distance here, but we have to get to this guy in 2 turns if we want to buy stuff. But if we don't buy stuff, it's not the end of the world. All right, so let's get our turn deck out. Two turns. Please let me know if you think there's a better camera setup I could do or switch to as we play. All right, so the Dreammonger spawned the Masked Man. So we do have a figure for him, but I have been using the Mansions of Madness things, but I guess we will use this for our masked Dreammonger. Look, he's got a whole bunch of masks you can buy. I'd like to buy one of those masks. All right, so where does he spawn? Well, I guess we're taking our first turn card out. It's a spade, so we don't have to put him here. We could put him on either place. I guess for fun, we'll put him here. And I guess we'll put ourselves here in some lightness. All right, so what we'd like to do is get over to him, spend 6 contact, and purchase items from him. We definitely don't want to get caught by this. So at the end of our turn, the blue will trigger. So if we find ourselves, if it takes us more than a turn and we're in darkness, we are going to get hurt by this. Notice that he doesn't move. So he's just going to stand here and wait for us. So maybe we've got 2 turns. Maybe we just wait a turn, walk over here, wait a turn if we don't get our cards, and then we'll go talk to him. All right. Now, you could also say, should we be trying to get rid of this? Well, I don't think it's going to matter because I think we're going to be in a dream before we trigger the next slumber. So we're not going to be coming back to the slumber world. So there's really, this is going to get itself reset. So I don't think there's really any reason for that. Another thing that we could do though, while we're in the dream world is prepare. Like we get to keep the cards. So it's not a crazy idea that we should deliberately take 2 turns to do this just so we can build up a good hand and bring out more cards. So let's go. Give ourselves 4 cards. We're going to practice our new camera here. Okay, so here's our hand. We need to get to him, give him 6 contact, 6 green, so that we can purchase. We've got 2 progress cards we could get out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. However, we've got as many as we can hold. So anything we get out, we'd have to throw away 1. This is our tactics card, which is very useful for killing lots of people at once that teams up with very long arms. And especially if we're going to go into a mission where there's going to be cockroaches everywhere, I kind of like to keep tactics and maybe get it out. And then this is the card that, this is the builder that lets us build cards easily. This is the card maybe that we were working so hard at, but maybe we don't work. Maybe we get rid of this card because we're in the season of regeneration where we don't need this card. So we could try to bring out our Steam Bomb. Instead of optimization. All right, what about getting to this guy? 1, 2, 3. We need 3 movement, and then we could talk to this guy. So we have 3 if we wanted to. Or we could even use uncontrolled flight to just try to fly right to him. But we actually have enough to walk over to him. And then could we generate our 6 green? Yes, we can. 2, 3, 4. And then 5, 6. So we can do this right now on this turn. But I wonder if maybe we shouldn't just take more time, draw more cards, and not try to get this done right away. We would just walk. Unfortunately, we'd have to pay to produce our Steam Bomb. 4 yellow, which we don't quite have. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got a hand size of 8, so we wouldn't be able to fully. And we're going to have to recycle this, but I think that's kind of a good thing. So our mask gives us +2 cards. We can actually hold 8 in hand. So I think we should take this opportunity to prepare. So I'm going to spend uncontrolled flight. Any dreamer can re-roll. Just trying to think, am I overthinking about this? But we can try to prepare us. I wouldn't mind getting this Steam Bomb out. I just don't want to take a chance of not being able to pull this off next turn. Surely we can get this done. We'll just see if hopefully I won't mess us up too badly. So what I'm going to do, instead of walking over for 3, I am going to put out the Steam Bomb. For that, we need 4 yellow. I'm going to spend 3 yellow, and I'm going to roll the luck die. And then if we don't get enough, I'm going to start spending these to re-roll it. So I just need a 1. Okay, so there's a 1. So that's 4. I'm going to place the Steam Bomb. And I'm going to get rid of optimization because we're in this season of regeneration. So I'm going to throw out optimization. These get discarded. So we've prepared our Steam Bomb, which is our 5 assault, which is good. Now, I'm not moving at all. That's the only thing that could come back to bite us. Okay, so the morph happens. We're not in darkness, so nothing bad. He doesn't move. He has no red effect, so that's it. This turn is over. Here is our next turn. Moves and basic effect, which he has none. All right, we still, if we want to go shopping, we still have to get to him and do a 6 contact, which we may not be all that well suited for. Now I'm drawing 4 cards. We only have 1, so we're going to shuffle this deck and then pay a penalty for doing so. I don't think it matters much, but I'm going to take a distress as our penalty. Now we're at 4. Because these are all going to get healed soon. I could have kept the Delta phase and got rid of the assistant that lets us bring out new cards quickly. But I think I want to keep that. All right. There's our 4 cards. Now, at the top of our deck, we can discard to flip our assistant if we wanted to, or tactics, which is what I want to do. So I do want to do this, but there's one more thing that we need to remember. When we reshuffle, this builder is what lets us discard the top 3 cards. Each time after you reshuffle, you may discard the top 3 cards. So I want to discard the top 3 to put a charge on our shotgun, I think, or our steam bomb. Sort of depends whether we want to do massive amounts of damage or a little bit of damage. I think probably this is the one, because cockroaches don't seem like, if we think we're going to fight cockroaches, probably just a little bit of wound to more of them is the way to go. Okay, so I'm going to put a charge here, but I have to throw these. If this doesn't come on top, which it doesn't, we won't be able to flip tactics yet, but that's okay. So we spent 3 discarded cards to get that. Now let's just see if we're going to be able to get over to this guy to go shopping from him. All right, well, we have plenty of ways to get over to him and end this now. And we're going to be able to get gems soon, which is good. All right, so we have to travel to this guy. We've got 2 ways to do it. We could use the pocket ladder to do it. That's probably the easiest way to get right to him. We have plenty of green. Or we could use a gem to get to him, but I think the pocket ladder works for us, right? So we're going to spend the pocket ladder. 235B. I should put these 235Bs someplace nearby so we can get them out a little quicker. But this is this very cool dark room. Is it 235? What is it? Oh, it's a tile, 235B. Technically, we are in light, so we can't use the ladder. Thank you. That's a good point. Darkness spaces only. All right, well, now we're going to have to get to him without using the ladder. So I think then what we're going to have to do is spend 2 gems and a yellow to move 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we can contact him with 6 green. I'd like to hold on to this, but I don't mind spending these. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or we could just spend this. During a contact action, discard this to gain 6. That's it. Let's just use this, and we'll keep a nice full hand for our next turn. I mean, this is the time to use this. It's a 6 contact. Okay. So we're going to discard this item back into our item storage. We spent 3 and a blue gem to get over here. We spent our item to have a 6 contact with this guy. So now we can buy new influence cards. We only have 4 ether. However, before we go shopping with this guy, I wonder if we shouldn't... I think we should use this to gain an ether. I think it's worth it as an ether rather than its ability. So I'm going to return this to the item market, where we could repurchase it if we wanted to gain us our 5th ether. And then let's go shopping with this guy. So that was a painless enough slumber that we tried to get the most out of. Let me put the dream cards out of the way here. These slumber cards essentially go away. We are going to have a little palaver with this guy. This goes at the bottom of our slumber, and let's see what we can buy with in our influence market. Now we're not using our shopping cards, so we're only drawing 3. Let's see if there's anything we care about here. Let's see what this guy is going to give us. There's a green progress card. Whoa, look at this crazy card. All right, let's take a look at these. It's just a 5 green. It's pretty amazing. And looks like she's whispering something into our ear. Perfectly chosen words. Words can change reality. Okay, so it's a 1 cost. Remember, you can buy multiple of these. It's just a 5 green. That's pretty neat. All right, might be inclined to buy that for 1. What have we got here? Here's a 2 cost. I need more time. Seal this card to add 3 hours. Okay, that's pretty huge. It's a 2 yellow, which we like. I mean, that's pretty huge. That means every time, once per tranche of sealed cards, we get 3 hours. 3 hours is 3 turns. That having more turns takes a huge amount of the panic that we're running out of time. I think this would, and we could keep doing this. That's pretty huge to be able to know. Basically it means once a dream we could take 3 extra turns. That's pretty huge. All right, but now remember we were saying we want more green progress cards so that we could complete our mission. Look at this one. Throwback. I'm not sure I believe in death. You do not have to discard your progress cards when you die. All right, so this is a card that we're trying not to die. and it's a 1 green. This is a pretty useless card that we would not want to have to get out. It's hard for me to imagine us deliberately putting this out, other than to get our 4 green progress card chain. So, oh boy, I mean, this is almost like cluttering up our hand with this card. It's a 1 green. It's a pretty crappy card. The only question is, how do we want to get those 4 green progress cards out to trigger our advancement? So there's our 3 cards. Now we have 5 ethers, so we could actually buy all 5 of these. But let me remind you that the ether is also useful within missions to be able to get rid of more things. I'll also remind you that we sort of have too much green in our deck already. So I guess I'd be inclined to buy these 2 and not buy this nice 5 green, which is a pretty cool card. But feels like maybe we have enough green cards. And maybe we just buy this green and get it out. Let me just have, since we are playing, so if we have 4 progress cards in general, we look at our story card. No, that story card feels like it should be earned. So I think we'll have to do it. It's just what we'll do is we're going to have to make a serious effort to get all 4 of those out. So let's just pick this up now. We'll buy this now. We can afford it. I'm going to spend 4 ether. And then once we get, we won't be placing this progress card until we know we have 4 green in our deck. And then we will just rush those 4 greens out. Okay, so we're spending 4 ether. We're buying these 2 cards. This one is amazing. This is what you want in a campaign game. You want to start getting cards that you're like, whoa, that's amazing. Okay, we are not going to buy this one. I mean, it's only 1. It's 5 green. It's pretty amazing how many green that is. It's tempting. But I think we have too much green already. It's a cool element of this game. Like, if all your cards are green and you need to fight someone with wrath, all the green doesn't help you. Most of the items seem to be green too, so the items are ways we can get green. All right, so we have 1 ether left over for emergencies. This guy is going away. We've got a nice full hand. We're ready to almost go into our dream. But we have the 2 keys. We are on this gate. We can't just walk into this dream. We have to walk back and forth. So we're going to go here. We're going to draw a new fate card. Here's our fate card. Someone is probably not caring about themselves. It's the clinic. Each dreamer can spend an ether or seal 4 cards to cure 2 distress. May. Okay. You think we've got 4 green now. Okay, all right. Maybe it's time to do it. All right. Do you notice anything about this card? You should notice something. You should spot something. What do you notice? What do you notice about... I need to put the overlay on that. It's one of our sign tokens. That's absolutely right. It's one of our sign tokens. So before we even do this, let's get the card. I remember we looked at it quite a few times and we said that's someone resting their head. So, all right. So we've spotted another sign token, and it's one of our personal history, which is very cool. So let's read 1182. I remember the weeks spent preparing to embark on the journey to the other side. Our time was running out quickly, and we weren't sure if there was any hope of making it at all. Of all the candidates, we could only choose 6 people. Of course, knowing what I knew, I had to be one of the chosen. Each remaining member of the group would need to possess powerful internal energies and consciousnesses marked by deep traumas in order to survive the intrusion. They also had to be able to retain remnants of past memories deep within themselves, as their minds would be immediately erased after crossing the border. Hidden keys were stored in order for them to unlock and recall this erased knowledge. By examining thousands of objects over many years, I had compiled a powerful analytical system that could be the key to our success. As I looked over the cases selected by the system, their tragic flaws and darker backstories spilling onto the screen, I felt a sense of dread. Creeping doubts invaded my mind. Does such a ragtag broken team have any chance of surviving at all? Yet the system chose them in spite of their scars, or perhaps it was for exactly this reason that it did. Okay, very cool. We are filling in backstory of this mission that we've sent 6 people into the dream world. I mean, there aren't 6 characters. There's only 4 characters. I don't know who the other 2 are. And you have to have trauma. Jonathan says, in my head canon, we panicked, decided not to assemble the team, and just went by ourselves. I like it. All right, so we gain an ether. So now we have 2 ether. Pretty cool. Now, I wish this gave an option to unseal cards, because I'd love to unseal cards. As far as curing too, though, I mean, it seems like it's a good deal, but on the other hand, we do have 4, but on the other hand, we think we're going to trigger Delta soon and fix all these. So it's kind of feels like a waste to spend an ether to cure 2 when we think they're going to cure automatically soon. And I think we're going to be greedy and not do this. Only because we're fairly certain that we are going to trigger this. But we might be wrong. We could end up in this cockroach dream and change our season. And I've stupidly got rid of our Delta phase thing, so I could be dooming us, but let's not spend our ether. Let's keep our ether for shopping. Okay, now we walk back to the suburbia gate, at which point we are going to spend our keys and enter this dream. Now, we could you could choose the unseal option when you enter a dream. That's a good point. Cure 3 or unseal. I think maybe we will unseal. But let me just point something out. Instead of using our 2 keys to go into this gate, we could do another loop and get a 3rd spare key. Remember that we can use the keys to get rid of more things. And we could do this and deliberately trigger Delta phase before we go into a dream. Is that the smart thing to do? Like, loop this 2 more times, stock up on keys, trigger Delta Phase, unlock all our sealed cards, and then walk into a dream at full health. Or are we better off going to this dream, getting wounded, and then Delta phasing it? Probably that. I do like this element of the game where you're sort of where you're doing this loop of when do you use this refresh. So rather than looping and getting injured, and then Delta phasing, I think we should save our Delta phase for when we come out of there. I think that makes sense. Don't you? Yeah, the entering the dream, we either heal 2, heal 3, or unseal 3. And I think we're going to choose to unseal 3 because I think we can pull this dream off without losing more than 4 distress. And then we'll come out and we'll Delta phase. Yeah, I think that's what to do. Okay. In this dream, you may gain a very helpful quirk card. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take our break after our first hour and 20, and we'll come back and we'll enter into this dream. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we've got someone asking us to play more slumbers. Okay, that's crazy. We're not playing more slumbers. We're going into our dream. We play the slumbers when we have to play the slumbers. We're not doing extra slumbers here. Now, no one commented on my proposal that we keep the that we drop the assistant. But I guess it's too late. I do think I made a mistake by dropping that delta phase. So I kept the assistant, which lets us bring out progress cards more cheaply, even though it's flipped. But I probably shouldn't. I probably should have kept the delta phase card, because my whole plan goes to hell if we lose this season. All right, we're going into the dream. Wait, who lives in my house? It's my home, I think, but the door is different. I know every corner of this room, but something's off. You think it's going to switch back to normal, but I can't undo it, can I? Like, it's not... Oh, it is here. Okay, I can undo it. It is in our discard. All right, so we are going to rewind because it doesn't make any difference. We're going to keep optimization. And we're going to discard. In fact, you know, another reason why that would have been, that's the smarter move, if this one was face down, why would I discard one that was face up that we already paid for? Okay. All right, now when we delta phase, we can choose two options. So that's better. Have you come across the dog encounter? We have not faced the dogs yet, but we're probably facing the dogs next. We have a special card that helps us face the dogs that we haven't used yet. So I think we are ready for the dogs. We haven't faced them yet, but we are going to face them very soon. But probably after this dream, we'll face them. Okay, so to enter this dream, we need 2 keys. We are in Suburbia, so there's our 2 keys paid for. Now, we can cure 3. We've got 4 distress, but my whole plan for trying to squeak out the most out of this next delta is not to cure these distress, but instead unseal top 3 cards. Now, why are we doing that? Because I want more cards to play this scenario. Is it worth, though? 3 over 3? That does not seem like a fair trade. Like, curing 3... All right, so I've changed my mind. Because we think the delta phase is going to fix both of our cards, curing 3, surely when we recycle, a cure of 3 is like a recycle of 9. So actually, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to unseal 3. I'm going to cure 3. That way, we've got enough health to basically to always take a distress every time we reshuffle. That's just not a good trade-off. Right? Because every time we reshuffle, we have to seal 3 or take a distress. So basically, 1 distress is worth unsealing 3. So unless you give me better conversion rate here, I'd rather take the distress. Cure the distress. Okay, so here we go. We're going in this mission now. Take all 1/4 secret cards and tiles. So this is an early dream. There's our 1/4 tiles. a big set of secret cards. Put this out of the way somewhere. All right. Reveal the 2 setup cards, setup tiles, and then tile X, but don't spawn cockroaches. Okay, the 2 setup cards. Let's put this over here. 1, 4, 2 setup cards. Okay, let's see what we've got here. A1 and A2. Let's get the cards out, then we'll look at them more close up. Then reveal tile X. That means we look at its back. That's our entity. But don't spawn anything yet. Now let's look at what we're up against here. They move 2. At the end of the Dreamer's phase, new ones spawn. And they can move through walls. Okay, when blue triggers, they go toward the nearest wound. And when they get into a space with a wound, we read a script. On their normal movement, they also move towards a wound. And if they get in your space, you seal 2 cards. If it's red, why does it say additionally? Like we don't have any other base action. Is there something else that's going to happen? They go toward the nearest wound. And then if you're within range of 1, you seal 2 cards. At the end of a turn, discard all cockroaches from any space that's been lit up. Unless there's a dreamer there. All right, this is pretty scary looking. You saw a lamp. Oh, you saw a lamp in the on the tile. Okay, we'll look at those tiles in a second. All right, this is weird. We don't know what wounds are, and we don't know why these say additionally. All right, so let's put that out. We'll deal with that in a second. Let's finish following the rules here. Reveal card A. So from this big deck, we've got card A. Trail of Pain. Whenever you suffer any distress, put 1 additional distress token in the space this dreamer is in. Oh, it's a wound. I see. So whenever we take a distress, that's sort of unfortunate for us. Okay, so we're going to be causing wounds to locations. All right. Remember, we're looking for symbol cards too. All right, so this goes on the board somewhere. We'll just put it here. All right, we're going to read this introduction. Maybe we should get into the habit of reading the introduction before we flip the card so we don't ever forget. And we're only going to get 6 turns for this game. So you could get unlucky or lucky with these turn cards. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. There's our 6 turn cards. I think maybe I should find a better place to put these. I think I'll put them up there. There we go. Okay. There's our turn cards. There's our roaches. All right, let's read our introduction. 32, huh? The door is so familiar that I instinctively push the door handle without knocking and enter. A warm feeling of comfort rolls over me as I know I've come home. Is this somehow possible? Is this my old apartment? Strange. On closer inspection, the room layout is the same, but someone has rearranged all the furniture. When I see all these changes, I feel a deep sense of melancholy wash over me. The world changed and moved on, and I no longer belong here. The apartment's dirty and smells musty, rather like a neglected old person's home. A mummified female figure wanders between the furniture like a phantom, absently flicking her feather duster over the picture frames and souvenirs. Her efforts don't really make the surroundings any cleaner or more pleasant. As we enter, her blind gaze stops on us. Is it you? Finally, you've come back. Please help me clean up all this mess. Is that you? Where are you? How come you're not here? You said you would never leave. The woman's gaze follows a cockroach running through the room. Help me catch them. My children, so disobedient and afraid of the light. Please help me find them and bring them back. Weird. All right, let's take a look at the additional things here. What is our goal? Catch the cockroaches. Each time you catch a cockroach, place one generic token on the Dreamgate tile. When there are 2 on the Dreamgate tile, it's over. How to catch cockroaches? Well, you'll learn that later. In this dream, wound means each distress placed on any dreamscape space. Okay, so that's the wounds that are caused by the trail of pain. So we would love to not have any wounds on any tiles. Thankfully, that may incentivize us to seal cards when we have to recycle. All right, we have to catch 2 cockroaches, but we don't know how to catch them yet. So our main task now is to learn how to catch cockroaches. And the rule said we don't spawn yet. When are we going to spawn? Let me just read this here again. So at the end of your phase, we will spawn cockroaches. 1. I guess at the end of each phase, we will spawn 1. And then in addition to spawning them, I guess that's what it is saying. I think that's the addition. So at the end of our phase, we put out a new cockroach, and then we follow their rules, which do their normal thing. They might move towards us normally, and then they go to wound. So actually, the cockroaches are not going to try to get us. As soon as they come out, they just move. And they move away from us towards wound spaces. But when they get to a wound, bad things happen. And they also hurt us if we're near them. Interesting. And then they disappear from the light, which we can control. In fact, here's something interesting. Our starting 2 spaces are all lit up. So the cockroaches are going to run away from them. Let's take a look at these 2 spaces. So we've got a lantern, a globe, a spawn spot, and a place where we can learn about what's happening. Now, Do we have a token? Is that that? I don't think that's that. It's awfully close, but I don't think that's that space, is it? I mean, the art's pretty exact when it wants to match, so that's not a match. Is it? Maybe there's another one. Okay, let's see. All right, so, and the cockroaches go through walls. All right, so, but everything is lit up, so there's not going to be any cockroaches at the end of the turn. They go away. So they're going to come out and then go away. Okay, so we've got, oh, I see. We've got a bunch of stuff here. Look what it is. It's our doll on our mystery. So we've also got this doll here that we can read this script if we're in that space. Costs us 5 green. All right, so we're gonna need a lot of green this mission. We've also got a grandfather clock here. We don't have a symbol. We do have symbols for clocks, but I don't think we have one for that one, do we? No, I don't think we do. We do have the lantern, though. Is this a match for our lantern? Not really, no. Okay. So we do have a mirror, though. Can look into the mirror. We can reveal tile Y. That sounds like something we might want to do. We might bring out a darkness tile where the cockroaches can hang out if we want to catch them. I see a phonograph player. Lots of walls here. Any other symbols? All right, so this is a very interesting dream because of how this works. We're trying to catch cockroaches. At the end of every turn, they're going to come out. They'll move towards us, but they don't have an attack to speak of. However, they're going to move towards wounds. But if there's until there's a wound, which there isn't going to be in the beginning, then we'll have to seal cards as they attack us, but they won't be hurting us. So, but they will be sealing cards, but they won't be creating any wounds, and then they just disappear from the map. So interesting. All right, now, it wants us to use creature shapeshifters. I don't want to do, we're going to use our Mansions of Madness, but what are you wanting to notice? Do you want to look at this? Is there some desire to look at our symbols? Is that what you're interested in, to see if you spot anything on our symbols? All of our cards here. Let's see what the art looks like. There's a clock, there's a phonograph. I mean, we should head for that doll. And we should reveal that tile, and I guess look in the mirror. I mean, we have to trigger these things. Doesn't seem like there's anything more to trigger on the symbol cards. All right, let's bring up this map here. We're starting out on one of these spaces. It seems like we probably should just head right for what's happening. So probably we want to start out there. Let me figure out what little Mansions of Madness creatures we're going to use for our cockroaches. I think we'll use these. They're not quite cockroaches, but then again, in the dream world, just generic stuff anyway. All right, so I'll bring these out as we need them. All right, are we ready to go? We've got 5 hours on our clock, should we need it. Only 6 turns at the start, so our first turn is a spade morph red move. Okay, so let's just make sure we understand this before we keep going. We've got 2 spawn points, a heart and a diamond. So right now we would choose, after we move, the cockroaches are going to come out. 1 cockroach is going to come out. After it comes out, it's going to move 1 space towards a wound if there isn't any. So it won't move unless we get wounded. And then it's going to again move to a wound and within range of 1. So we don't want to be within 1 of the spawn points. And then they'll move towards us, which won't matter. Okay, so we're not in any real harm, any danger now. But we could trigger danger at any minute. We need to figure out how to catch cockroaches, but also we need some darkness. Otherwise, the cockroaches come out, they move, and then they go away. We won't even have any opportunity to catch them. So I'm sort of keen to get out this darkness tile. Anything else to discuss before we go into go into this? Are we at the best view here? I guess that's probably the best view. All right, it's our turn. We can drop the 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got a hand size of 8, so only 2 cards come out. There's our hand full of cards. Look at how nice this is to have this little thing here. Okay, so we should maybe do a little bit of prepping first and get some gems since we have none. So if we spend a yellow and a red, we can trigger this. So let's do that. Let's spend a yellow and a red. And so shiny in order to get ourselves 3 gems. All right, the gems are our emergency supplies here. So now we have more flexibility. All right, for 2 green, we can try to figure out what's happening. That seems like the right thing to do. We don't need to save this card, so let's go ahead and spend 2 green. Intent to read this script. Hey, what's happening? I wish I could get that resolution a little bit better for you, but okay. 124, what's happening? A shadowy figure labors with a pile of old clothes. I'm alone at the moment, so maybe I will wash the dirty laundry. It must be clean for them, as they will come back someday. This is like our cleaner person. You can seal 2 cards to add 1 turn. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to seal any more cards. And we've got other ways to... We've got a full clock, so we're fine. So this woman here. Okay, now it didn't tell us to block that, but that's okay. Actually, that's important. We can do this turn anytime we want. We could come over here and get seal cards to get more turns. So this mission, we have basically an unlimited number of turns if we need it. All right, what's next for us here? We could use uncontrolled flight to walk over here or just walk over there. We could use uncontrolled flight to jump us over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would save us 5 moves, but we kind of want to do this, right? So probably we don't, but maybe we want to save this. Now, we should think this out a little bit in terms of, well, they're going to move at the end of their stage, so actually they're not going to be able to hurt us here. We can't assault the cockroaches, so we can't do anything with them. But I'd like to get over there. We got plenty of these. I wonder if we just walk over there with 2. And then do the green thing. Okay, so there's a little bit of a risk, though. Let me just point this out. If I go over here now and do this and reveal tile Y, and tile Y has a spawn of a spade point, we would have to bring out the cockroach here, and it might be able to bite us. So since we can hold 8 cards in hand, I think the smart thing to do is to actually stop here and let the cockroach come out and disappear, and then start our next turn when we'll be able to see this card. I think that's the right thing to do. So I'm going to stop here. And now it's the end of our turn. Okay, so at the end of the turn, a cockroach comes out. We can bring him out here, or we can bring him out here. Do we care? We don't really care, but we're going to be leaving here, so we might as well stick him here, but it doesn't matter. He's going to disappear anyway. All right, so let's just say we bring him there. Then the blue triggers. So he would move towards a wound. There is no wound. Then the red triggers. He moves towards a wound. And then if we're in range of 1, we would seal 2 cards. So if he was 1 space closer to us, we would have to seal 2 cards. Luckily, we're far enough from him. And now he would actually move. So he would move 2 spaces. So he goes right through the wall and then right on top of us. However, that doesn't hurt us. At the end of the turn, he's in lightness, so he disappears. So that's how that would work. Okay, next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can hold 8 cards, so here's our full hand of 8. Normally 6, but because we've got our devotion mask, we've got 8. Now, where was that puppet that we want to go look at? Okay, that's over here. Now, the next turn card is another spade. So we're going to get to choose where the cockroaches come out. And again, he moves last. That's great for us. So all good for us so far. Plenty of stuff here. So, and let's not forget where we want to put our flying cat in case we need to come back here. Maybe we'll use a little token for him and just stay off to the side. All right, this might be a good mission for us to get out the penguin and see how the penguin does. So I want to go look at that puppet. I want to go look at this tile. So I think we come over here, we do the tile, and then we come over here, maybe we do the puppet and stuff. So 2 yellow. Here's a 2 yellow card. Let's use this to walk over here. Seal this card to swap an item. We don't really want that. We only have 1 item, and it's the flashlight, which we think might come in very handy on this mission later. All right, 2 green to move on. Reveal tile Y. Do we want to do this now? Like, move on? That seems like it might be a little dangerous. Move on. I don't like the sound of that. Like, I'm not ready to move on. Should we not do that now? Maybe we do that last. Yeah. Okay. I think maybe we shouldn't do that till we explore the rest. Okay. So I'm going to spend another yellow to move 3 spaces. We'll come up here where that puppet is. And then to trigger that puppet, which is the first time we'll be doing this kind of thing, we need to generate 5 green. We have a bunch of gems, but actually we have 2, 3, 4, 5. We might as well spend our 5 green ourselves. So there's 5 green. Boy, now it makes me think we should have bought that 5 green card. All right, but now we're going to look about the mystery of this yellow puppet. 274. When we pay attention to this doll, she awakens in a barely audible voice and starts whispering. I think she wants to help us. But how much can such a small thing help us with anything? Her soft voice raises slightly higher. She must be angry. We might have judged her too quickly. Discard all morphings. Block 1 step from the current turn card and paralyze 1 entity in the dreamscape. So totally useless for us. This is a very weird choice to put on this mission. Oh, choose 1. I see. Choose 1. All right. So this is a very weird choice to put on this mission, but this is a perfect... Boy, can you see the stuttering? Okay, I can see a lot of stuttering on the video now, but that's all right. I just changed the camera and maybe it'll fix itself. No. Okay, might be useful later. Yeah, but it's not later. Okay, so now we know how to use her when she comes up. Oh, you saw the stuttering too, huh? Okay, but now it's gone. Okay, so that's some bug in OBS that somehow gets triggered occasionally. All right, so now we know what this is for future. However, This is a perfect example, perfect opportunity to use my proposal about dream world logic. So let me propose something to you in our dream world logic. Oh, it's with the tablet. We had that happen once before. Something happens with the tablet that makes it do that. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We've spent 5 green to trigger this angry doll. We have no use for this now, but I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to give ourselves this paralyze token, and we're going to keep it in our supply. That's what we're going to do. We are going to allow ourselves to store a paralyzed token that we can use when we want. But where is this paralyzed token? I feel like I thought of this before. It's not the morph. I feel like I would, this is deja vu. Like, I remember looking for these. They're not here. They're not here. They're not here. I was absolutely in this dream deja vu where I was wondering where the condition tokens are. Where did I put them? Oh, they're right here. Okay, so we're going to use our dream logic to say that this doll has given us a paralyzed token that we can keep for later. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep this token in our supply. Not in the official rules, but that's our dream logic. Okay. Now we put this away. Genetic says that seems completely reasonable to me. All right. Now, we've done the doll. Let's do this second what's happening. We're in a spade turn. We could trigger this to gain wrath. We don't want to do that. We don't have any green intent, and we've got plenty of time, so I'm going to stop here. Oh, we're in a little bit of danger, actually. Because if the cockroaches come out, they're going to be within range 1 of us. And red would trigger. So we're in an unfortunate situation if we stay in this space, because both of the cockroach spawn points are within 1. So we kind of have to move off this space, which is unfortunate. But I guess we want to head here anyway. So we need to move at least 1 space, and then we'll be safe. So I'm going to spend a gem to move us 2 spaces, and we'll deal with this next. I think that's the right thing to do. We'll deal with this, and then we'll come back and do this one on our way back. All right, we're done with our turn. Now a cockroach spawns. We're going to spawn him right here. And now, in addition, he goes 1 space towards a wound. There are no wounds. Remember, this is the cat. Maybe I'll use not a Not a red marker. That might look like a wound. There's the cat. Okay. So moves towards a wound, and then if he was on a space with the dreamer, we would seal cards. Now he moves towards a wound, and if he's within one of a dreamer, we would seal cards. That's why we had to run away from him. And now he moves, but it doesn't matter because he moves 2 towards us, but he doesn't hurt us. We've gotten lucky with these turn cards. Okay, next turn begins. Again, wow, we are getting very lucky with these turn cards. They're moving as their last thing. That is very helpful for us. Okay, but then he's in light, so he disappears. He skitters away. Okay, heart comes out, so he's going to spawn here at the end of this turn, which is fine. Let's draw our 4 cards. So far, very peaceful in this dream, even though the cockroaches are all over us. We've got a card that's new to our deck, Sea of Fire. This is the crazy one. It gives us 6 plus however many red progress cards we have built. So this would be 8 Wrath. So we have 8 Wrath. However, and its range of 4. So basically you burn to hell any entity. However, you suffer 2 distress. And, oh wait, each dreamer on this tile suffers 2. So as long as we're not on it, we would not suffer that too. So we burn up a tile with a huge amount of damage, and then we roll the luck die. We might suffer 2 distress or 1 distress, but if we had some rerolls, we could avoid that. This is amazing, this card. Let the fire devour all. That's pretty amazing. This is a very cool card. All right, well, we purchased this card, so we knew what we were doing. And then also, here's a new card we got recently. Discard X cards to move X spaces. It's a tile. Genetics points out as well. It's all 4 spaces on a tile. That's amazing. In range 4. That is such a cool card. I can't wait to use that. Okay, and here we have a run fast card. Oh, it's a progress. There's another green. Okay, Jonathan, you are right. We now do have 4 green cards that we could try to stage out when we're ready. But let's see if we can't deal with these cockroaches first. Okay, 5 green we need to trigger this thing. I mean, here's 4. We're in hearts, which is just wrath. We don't really want that. So I guess we're going to use these and a blue gem to trigger this thing. A little bit wasteful. But the only other alternative would be to roll a die, which we could try to get away with, but I don't think we want to take that chance. We're not going to try to do this right now, so we're just going to do this. That's 4. Now I'm really wishing we had taken that 5 green card. We'll get these out, but not, I don't think on this round. We need to know more about what we're dealing with before we start trying to build these green cards that we don't really want. That's 6 green, a little wasteful, but I think we got to do it. So there's our 6 green. And we are looking in the mirror, 767. Did I mention I don't like looking in mirrors. You never know if you'll see something terrifying. Well, damn, that's what I'm talking about. The reflection in the mirror is not me. I hope I'm not a cockroach after all. Okay, so we're in a dream where we're a cockroach, it seems. Reveal card F. This card is active until this dream ends. Cockroach language. 4 green. Intent to move a cockroach 2 spaces. And look, there's us looking in the mirror and we're a cockroach. A little reference to Kafka, Franz Kafka, and Metamorphosis? No, that's not. What's the name of the book? It's not Metamorphosis. Something similar. Okay, how cool is that, though? A little top hat wearing cockroach. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, so this just allows us to move cockroaches. So we'll put this out with our trail of pain. So what's happening and reveal tile Y are still on our plans. But probably we stop here because we can hold more cards in our hand. I suppose, is there... Yeah, because we don't really have the green cards, we would need to do another action, so there's no point moving yet. Okay, we're stopping our turn here, which means a cockroach spawns. He spawns on the heart space. He does his red action. There's no wound for him to move towards. He does his yellow action. There's no wound for him to move towards. And now he moves towards us, but we don't need to roll the dice. He moves 2, and then he hides, skitters away from the light. Next turn. Okay, we've got one relatively new card. Let's take a look at it. It's called Getaway. Flip one of your progress cards or return this card to the influence market. Entities ignore your dreamer during the resolution of the current dreamscape phase. So it's like a one turn where they don't... During the current dreamscape phase... I think this means we would play it and right when we need it. Like we could tell them not to attack us. We could tell them not to move towards us. That's a pretty neat card to have for an emergency. All right. Boy, look at that though. No green cards. Terrible for that. We might not be able to achieve what we need to achieve without green cards. So shocking because normally we have so much green. Okay, this is just crazy that all of the cockroaches are moving last. That is so useful for us. We've really caught a break here. It's the clover, though. So that means we'll get to choose where he comes out. And it gains us 5 yellow intent. That's really not what we want. So what's shocking how little green we have. That's going to make it very hard for us to do anything. How are we going to... What are we going to do about that? What are we going to do about the fact that we have no green? Well, we have a gem we can use, so maybe it's time to bring out tile Y, or what's happening. All right, so look, we have plenty of yellow, so we can move wherever we want. So I'm going to spend this 2 yellow to walk here. And now we have a choice. We could either spend this to look at what's happening, or we could walk 1 more down here and spend this to look at tile Y. Probably we should do this, and then we'll walk down here, and then we'll end our turn. Yeah, let's do that. We haven't done this, right? Because we walked away because a guy was going to come, a cockroach was going to bite us. So I'm going to spend this to generate 2 green. And we're going to look at 808. An old woman picks up porcelain figurines from the furniture, cleaning them brusquely and placing them back methodically. She stops to look at photographs from time to time, lost in memories. Oh, since I'm all alone, I'll dust our souvenirs till they're spick and span so that when they come back, we can admire them together. You can seal a card to restore an item. I think that's probably worth it for us to seal a card to get an item. 1 card sealed to get an item. Okay, let's do it. So we're going to seal a card. That's too bad. That would have been a nice card to have. But we do get an item from our storage, not from the market, but it's random. Okay, it's the strategic plan. You can move up to 6 spaces, or you've got 4 green. Okay, that's pretty good then. That's not a bad card to have. A 4 green when we need it. That's good. Or 4 red, I like it. Or a super move, that's all good. It is Metamorphosis, the Franz Kafka book where a guy turns into a cockroach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we would only have 2 more cards to draw if we don't spend more. So I do think we should start spending some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards placed. All right, well, there's nothing else for us to do but to trigger this. The only question is whether we do it this turn or not. So let's save this green, since this is clearly what we've been needing the most of. Let's spend analysis, since we don't think we're going to bring this out, to move just 1. 6. We would only get to draw 2 more cards, so I think maybe... but I don't want to spend... I mean, we could actually pay for this card to increase our hand size. I don't think that's worth it for us, especially with this mask. So the only reason I'm hesitating about ending our turn here is because we won't be able to drop a full hand, but we think we're going to have many, we can spend more of our hours here. We can always get more hours here. So, but if I try to do this now, oh, we don't even have any more gems. Okay, so I think I'm hesitant to do this at the end of our turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But we will draw 2 less cards. 2 cards. Yeah, I don't want to do this as my... actually, it wouldn't be our last move. We'd be able to move around, wouldn't we? Okay, let's try this. All right, let's stop here. It is weird that we don't have enough green. I wish I had taken that 5 green. Okay, I'm going to stop here. Even though we're not going to draw up too much. Because I think we have so much time. Okay, so a cockroach comes out. We get to choose. We'll put him here. He walks towards a wound, then he walks towards a wound, and if we're on his space, he would wound us, and then he moves, and then he disappears. So that's that. We're going to have to use our clock for sure, though. Okay, so we've got our first turn where they're going to move first. And it's at a diamond. Okay, at least we know. So the cockroach is going to come here, then he's going to move, and then he's going to make us seal 2 cards. And if he's in, no, and then nothing. So we are going to seal 2 cards if we're close enough to him. So hopefully we can get away from this space. This disappears. All right, so he's going to come out here and he's going to come here. But we're now in good shape for our next turn. So let's get ourselves 2 new cards. Here's 1. We're out of cards. We have to reshuffle. We're going to take a distress as a penalty for reshuffling. And now, do we want to charge up our shotgun? The nice thing about charging the shotgun is it just holds charges, and each time you fire it, it spends a charge. So I think we should. Oh, hold on. Hold on. We've made a mistake. We have made a mistake. Is this the first time or second time? Okay, what mistake have we made? What mistake have we made? What have we forgotten? What have we forgotten? Let me deal myself 2 cards. Now, we've made a mistake, an important mistake. What is it? Look. Anytime you suffer any distress, then we put a wound. When we shuffle our deck, if I've chosen to take a wound instead of sealing 3 cards, that's going to trigger that. So the question is, do we want to suffer this wound or seal 3 cards? We have a small deck here, but I'm afraid to bring out wounds at this point. So I think maybe, even though we can afford lots of wounds, I wonder if we shouldn't seal 3 cards instead and just delay getting a wound out. I think we should. So that's really kind of scary. But I am going to seal 3 more cards. And we've got a small deck here, but I think I don't want wounds out. I want us to have more time until we can catch the cockroaches. So I'm going to seal 3 cards, including our assistant. But look, they're all green cards. Yikes. You could end up in a situation where all our green cards here. That's pretty scary. Okay. 2 more cards from our hand. Thankfully, they're green. As soon as we can figure out how to deal with these cockroaches, we can start taking wounds and letting them deal with the wounds. All right, it's our turn. Now, the first thing I think we should do, since we're on a diamond turn, is trigger the diamond ability of now or never and get ourselves 2 gems. We're going to have to spend some hours soon to go more turns since we're almost out of time. That's a cool, interesting thing about this scenario, that you don't have enough time to do this. All right, we're going to reveal tile Y soon, but we also have this. We can generate more gems. It's almost... I think we may want to do this. We may want to do this right away and start paying for things with gems. We might need Sea of Fire. I don't think we're going to need Getaway. Surely we're not going to need Ghost from the Past. Probably don't need Uncontrolled Flight. So we're going to spend this card and a yellow and a red to gain 3 gems. And then these will let us be more flexible about what we do. All right, now let's go ahead and reveal tile Y with these 2 greens. And let's see what tile Y does. Wow, it's still pure bright. We don't have darkness. Is that our lamp? There's a wardrobe we can check. There's a clover spawn point. And there's a lamp. Is that the lamp we've been looking for? Are we lucky enough? Yes, there's our lamp. But still no darkness. Remember, until we can find some darkness, the cockroaches are never out for us. Like, they always disappear before we can get to them. But maybe in the wardrobe, we'll enter a world where it's dark. Or maybe this will let us turn out this lamp? I don't know. Pretty cool. This is a very cool mission. Okay, let's go ahead and trigger this. 1085. Behind the pile of dusty equipment, something moves. We look there. It's a tiny cat. The pet's very weak and possibly sick. It doesn't want to eat and it barely has any strength. It looks like it will die in a moment if we don't do something. So first of all, we can move 3 spaces. Then, we can't help it anyway. It's better to leave it alone. Let's take a look at this pile of junk. Restore 3 items. Or give some of your own life force to the animal. We'd suffer a distress, which would also cause a wound on the tile. All right, well, we're going to have to think about this a bit. So let's put out this tile here first. So here is the tile. We're allowed to move 3 spaces. So the first thing we can do is go 1, 2, 1, 2, or 3. Wherever we go, a wound is going to come out if we try to help this cat. I mean, surely we're going to have to help this cat. At least it'll be far enough away from these spawn points here. So unless it's a clover spawn point, he won't get to the wound. So it's a reasonable place to take a wound. All right. Well, I guess we're going to do it. I sure hope that having a wound on this spot isn't dangerous for us. Like, let's remember, the cockroaches go to the wounds, and then if they're near us, they hurt us. So you could say maybe we should put the wound far away from us so that at least we won't be near it, but maybe that's reasonable. I mean, or we could just move one space and put the wound there and then assume that in a space with the wound, in a space with the wound. I suppose there's not much difference here. Here, we might as well walk ourselves there. Why? It's weird. Like, why would we ever want to go there? Oh, they can walk through it. Let's remember that. The cockroach here could go 1, 2. All right, we're going to go here, and I guess we're going to help this cat. I had a cat for 18 years, Saffron, a wonderful cat. I mean, when the animals die, when you have an animal that dies, it often hurts more than a human. And my cat died. It really wanted to be alone in the closet where it was safe, where it went to die. And I completely get it, wanting to be alone to die. Rather, there are people, I don't know, depends what kind of person you are, but there are lots of people that that want to be like, they want to have their family and friends around them when they're suffering, or maybe when they're dying. It's very hard for me to understand that. I feel like I would just want to be alone. But that's not what we're being asked here. We're not being asked whether to keep this cat company while it dies or let it die in peace. We are going to heal this cat up. So we're going to do it. I hope this cat appreciates it, because this is much more serious than normally giving up some of our life force. Because in this particular mission, we are causing some drop of blood wound on this tile that is going to attract all these roaches. But we're going to do it. So we're going to suffer a distress. When we do, that's going to put a drop of blood on this space that's going to attract the cockroaches. What will they do when they get there? We don't know. Having done that, we're now going to go to 082. It will help for a while, but every moment of life is precious, especially for those who have so little left. The cat meows happily and walks around the dark room. Each dreamer may seal 2 cards. We are definitely not sealing any more cards. We are in real trouble from sealing cards. But we could seal 2 cards to gain an ether. It's very tempting, but we really can't afford it. We really cannot afford to seal cards. We've got a small deck. So as tempting as it is, I'm afraid we've saved that cat for nothing other than to be nice. We don't get any benefit from saving that cat. Unless this group here wants to take the risk of sealing cards, but I just don't see how we can get away with it. We've got a huge number of sealed cards already. These are all sealed. And we're going to have to seal cards when we recycle our deck unless we want to leave wounds everywhere. Okay. We've still got our turn left. On the next round, at the end of our turn, the cockroaches are going to come out at the diamond. They won't be able to make it to this wound, so I think we're going to be okay. That's not quite right. That's not quite right. Let me show you why that's not quite right. The first thing that's going to happen is the cockroach is going to spawn here. Then he's going to move towards us by default 2, 1, 2. Then he's going to trigger his basic effect, which is to move towards a wound. Then he's going to trigger the blue effect, which moves him towards a wound. And then he's going to have us read a thing. So the cockroach is going to get to that wound unless we can stop him. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. I don't see how we can do... I don't see how to avoid that, though. Well, I thought he wasn't going to be able to get to this wound from there, but really he is. Unless we paralyze him... We could paralyze him with our puppet ability. Well, I'll tell you what, let's look in the wardrobe because maybe that's what we need to unlock. I'm a little nervous about doing it with such a small hand, but I think it might give us some options because if we can move, if we unlock, what's happened? Why is it doing that? Is it this? What is making it think it? What is making it do that? Is it this? This is my plugin that's triggered. Oh, it's the green. It's this green on red. That's confusing it. All right. Well, I could turn off tracking. There, I'll just turn off tracking. That's my plugin. So if we could open up a tile here, then we could make this guy, when he walks towards us, go this way. That would make it so he couldn't get in here. So let's do this. Let's check the wardrobe with our Sea of Fire. Or do we want to hold on to this in case we need to burn up a whole bunch of cockroaches at once? I feel like we got lots of ways to... Did I talked about putting another charge on the shotgun. Did I not do it? I mean, I didn't do it, but did I not pay for it and not do it? Or did I pay for it and forget to add a new charge? Maybe someone can tell me that. But I'm going to use this card. I don't think we're going to need to be able to set a tile on fire. We've got other ways to burn up lots of cockroaches at once. Jonathan is going to check if I paid for the shotgun. It would be when we recycled our deck. So I'm going to spend this 2 wrath to check the wardrobe. 084. We hear sobbing. Someone must be in the closet. A figure hides behind old clothes. It turns out to be a tall cockroach wearing a female evening gown. It sobs like a human. You may try to calm it down, spend a gem to resolve it. Or if you have card B, you can spend a wrath to get rid of this cockroach once and for all. Or just leave it in the closet. This is a really interesting dream. Well, we don't have realization of the sad truth. I don't know how we could have gotten that card. We've done everything on all of these cards. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to avoid him getting to the wound, but maybe that's what we need to trigger, because otherwise we have no other way of darkness. I feel like maybe the cockroach needs to get to the wound in order to... trigger the next stage. Looks like you got distracted. I didn't pay. Okay, so we just have 1 shotgun blast. That's okay. All right, what are we going to do here? I guess we're going to try to calm it down because we have a lot of gems. So surely that's what we're going to do. I'm just a little bit disturbed that we don't have any way to get out a new tile, but maybe it's going to come out like we've done everything. We've done everything on every tile. We've looked in the mirror. We've seen what's happening. So I guess we're going to have to let this cockroach eat this wound, and he's going to trigger the next phase. So in the meantime, let's try to calm down the cockroach. Here comes this female cockroach in a dressing evening gown. So we're going to spend 1 gem, and we're going to read 944. The slightly calmed cockroach crawls into a hole in the wall. We examine the object she handed us before she left. Reveal card G. And then there's a clarification about card G. Candles remote control. Allows you to turn on and off the candles on the tile you're on. The last effect allows you to turn on the lights from removing the overlay card. Doesn't happen automatically. Okay, that's a little confusing, but maybe we'll read this and make more sense of it. This cockroach that we calmed down gave us a remote control. Yeah, maybe this was the woman. Now let's see. For 2 yellow intent, if we're on A1, on A2, on B2, so we can find cards. We can turn these cards off that have lamps. That's what's happening here. Like we can turn off this lamp if we're on A1, turn off this lamp if we're on A2, turn off this lamp if we're on B2. And then in general, like maybe we turn off the lamps, okay, and then that brings out an overlay that makes the room dark. And then if we're on a dark, we take the overlay off. Okay, so that's clearly what's happening here. These bring out these cards C, D, or E, which turns off the light, and then we can do the opposite thing to take off the overlay. So we can now send these rooms into darkness. Remember what darkness will do for us. It will make the cockroach not skitter away and disappear. Once it's out, we will then be able to interact with it. It may be that the darkness overlay card tells us how we can interact with them. Remember, our goal is to catch. So it may just be that we're going to turn off the light, and when we turn off the light, it may be that that darkness card says you can now catch one. So we could do this right now to turn off the lights here. However, that seems very dangerous to be turning off a light where the wound is. Like the cockroach will just sit there and keep eating that wound. So I think we might be better off first seeing what he does with this wound before we turn off the lights here. All right, before we end our turn, let's see if what's going to happen to us here. So first the cockroach is going to spawn here. Then he's going to move towards us, probably 2 spaces. Then he's going to move towards a wound. And if he was on a space with us, he'd make us seal 2 cards. Then he's going to move towards this wound and reach it. And then we're going to read this entry of what he does. He might turn into a scary creature. Yes, we still have paralysis, you're right. Now, here's a rule clarification. Let's make sure we agree with this. This is a weird place to put this rule. It says, when a cockroach is in a space with a wound, read this. It feels like this is true if he gets there with this or this as well. How do you read that? Do you think only with the blue does this trigger? Or do you think this is a general rule when a cockroach is in a space with a wound, read this? Like, that makes a big difference. Will it trigger here if he moves to a wound? I feel like it probably does, but it would have been much smarter than to put this rule over here. Jonathan says, I read it as only blue. Well, in that case, maybe we should use our paralysis to keep him from doing that. So, in that case, should we paralyze him? No movement. So we could paralyze him and he would stay here and then disappear. And then we could turn off this light and see what happens. Or maybe even just get away from there. All right, well, I suppose if it's a very unfortunate way of writing this, because it shouldn't say when a cockroach is in a space with a wound. It should say if the cockroach is in a space, then do this. The way it's writing that when, but it does seem like it would have been easier to just put it as a general rule if it meant for every one of those. Okay, let's read it as only blue. In which case, I think we should paralyze this cockroach, because he would get there on this turn if we're not careful. Okay, so we are going to use the paralysis on this roach. So we're going to end our turn here. I think we are going to end our turn rather than turn off the lights, because I don't want to turn off the lights and then not have any more movement. Okay, so we're going to paralyze him. So here he goes. He spawns. Then he would move towards us, but we're not. We've paralyzed him for one turn, so he's not moving. And he can't move towards this wound, and then he just disappears. You could argue that we should use this when we can catch him, but I think this is the right time, because most of the time he won't be able to get to this so easily with blue. All right, so that's it, and then he runs and hides from the light. Then the paralyzed goes away. We don't have it anymore, so we can't stop him, but we bought ourselves one turn. All right, then this turn is over. This is our last turn of the game. We would have failed this if we don't use our clock to give ourselves more time. Who's going to move and then move towards a wound, move towards a wound, and seal cards if he goes on our space. So he's just going to come towards this, but as long as we're not standing there, we're fine, or in his path. Okay, so it's our next turn. We're going to turn off the light and start catching these cockroaches soon. It feels like it's not going to be that hard to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why don't we take a break before we do this next turn? We'll come back, we'll turn off the lights, we'll see if we can't catch this cockroach. 8 minutes. We are back in the middle of Etherfields session 10. Now, I would bet that there are a bunch of you who are thinking, boy, what a boring mission. No monsters to fight. But to me, this is much more enjoyable. Nice, slow mission, full of dread, but no actual creatures. However, that's about to change. So I've drawn up my hand of cards. We've got our next turn action. We're going to have to spend some clock to get ourselves more turns, obviously. Let's take a look at our new cards, though. Well, that's kind of unfortunate. Now we're getting the green, but what we need is yellow to turn off the lights. However, we have some blue gems saved up. So let's... now, pocket ladder. That might come in useful because we are about to shut off the lights. So, now, here's the bad news. This cockroach is going to come out right here and go right for this wound. However, we are reading it that he's not going to actually do anything because the blue action is not triggered. Let me put these turns off to the side. I have a rules question that I'm going to have to look up in a second. And that is this. We have 6 turn cards. We've seen them all now. They're of a certain distribution and type. When we add turns to this dream, do we take them from this limited set of 6, or should I take the entire distribution of turn cards and choose from those? That is the question. I will look it up, but if someone knows the answer before we get to that point, let me know. Okay, but the roach is going to come out here. If we put this into darkness, we could have multiple roaches standing on this space. So I guess my inclination, I'll tell you what my inclination is not to turn this card into darkness, because the wound being on the darkness card means they're going to come here and stay here and keep attacking it, possibly. We don't know if they consume this or not. So my inclination is to get off this tile, turn one of these into darkness, and then keep the roaches on these tile without wounds. So that's what I propose. I propose that I spend 2 to move off this tile, and then spend 2 more yellow with one of our gems to turn this tile into darkness. So let's do that. Let's move 2, leaving this wound far behind. And then let's spend a blue gem to trigger turning off the candle remote control on tile A2, which brings out card D. Okay, now. Okay, so it's not quite what I expected, because I expected this to give us rules about how to catch a cockroach, but it's not quite true. we've turned out the light, which way does it go? It looks like it's doing this. That's weird. I mean, surely it's going here. Huh, okay. Is something gone wrong? Should we be able to get over here? That's what's happening here. I don't really understand. This seems like it thinks there's another card here. What's going on here? How can this be? I guess the cockroaches move through walls, so if a cockroach spawned here, he could just walk this way, so maybe that's okay. Alright, so this room has turned dark, which means if a cockroach ends his turn on this tile, he's not going to disappear. But we still don't know how to catch them. But what's happened is the mirror has changed its script. When we looked into the mirror before, we saw ourselves as a cockroach. So the question is now, is looking in the mirror now going to give us something that tells us how to catch the cockroach? Or do we have to move the cockroaches through the mirror? Is that what's going to happen with cockroach language? We move the cockroach through the mirror? All right, well, let's go do it. I mean, let's go look in that mirror. So we need to move over there. I'm tempted to use this keep this thoughtful moment because it would allow us to block a step, but I don't think we should. I think we're going to move in there with 1. Now we have to generate 5 green. Inner light, I think we're going to spend because we have a flashlight if we need to. So there's 3 green. Here's 4, 5 green. So we are going to look in the mirror now. And hopefully this will tell us how to catch a cockroach. 112. Each time we look in the mirror, we see something completely different, and this time is the worst. There's no face in the reflection. Instead, there's only a mask that covers what should be hidden. Then the mask starts to crumble away, revealing what is underneath. Take card B. Oh, that sounds terrifying. This card is active until this dream ends. Realization of the sad truth. Okay, I see what's happening here. It's giving us the ability to create wounds or move them. Discard a wound in your space or move it 1 space or create a wound. Suffer a wound in purpose. Was the wardrobe that wanted card B before? Yes, it was. And in fact, it's still available. It didn't tell us to block it. So 84 was the wardrobe. Let's just see here. So we calmed it down. Or we could get rid of this cockroach once and for all. So we still could go back there and do that. I'm not sure why we would, though. But maybe we want to go back there and do it. Get rid of this cockroach once and for all. That doesn't seem very nice. All right, however, we still don't know how to catch them, but now we have the ability to control our wounds. So I will put this out here. I think basically we're done, though, with this turn. Now we're going to see some interesting stuff happen. Are we ready to see the interesting stuff? All right, here we go. End of our turn. We spawn cockroaches. It has to come out on the clover. Comes out right here, greedily looking at this wound. Now here's the interesting thing. We're going to roll the movement die, and it's 2 an additional move, but it doesn't matter. It's enough to move right onto our space. And then he would move again, but he doesn't want to move anymore. He walked right through the walls, right onto our space. Now we trigger his basic effect, which basically sends him back towards the wound. If we were on his space, we would seal 2 cards. So the fact that he was lured to the wound saved us from sealing cards. Now he does it again, and he moves towards the wound. Maybe we'll have him move here towards the wound. Again, he would try to hurt us, and he can't quite make it there. Only because he was lured to us first. So, ironically, he was not able to get to the wound or hurt us. I believe that is all correct. Now, we've run out of turns, so we're going to spend our hour. Was there any answer about the bringing new turns out? I don't think it matters, but I say we get turns from the previous one, so the cockroach only moves last. You're trying to get a benefit. Okay, I think that makes sense, but I want to look up the official rules for that as well. Let's see if it tells us on the turn deck rules. Place the remaining cards face down. Place the remaining cards first down. Doesn't look like it's answered here. I feel like, okay, when the game asks you to add a turn, take the bottom card of the discard pile and place it at the bottom of the turn deck. Place the remaining turn cards face down in the discard pile. Okay, so we are supposed to take it from the... As we played these go into the discard pile, but the other cards we didn't use are already in the discard pile. So actually, we do take from the never seen before cards. So these are the cards we spent on our turns. So when we add new turns, we take it from cards we've not seen. Oddly worded, but the cards we never used are the initial discard step. So as we played these, they went into here. And when we add a turn, we grab from the bottom. So this is going to be our next turn, and we're going to lose an hour. down to 4. I mean, we only have 4 more turns. That's making me a little nervous. Somewhere we've got something that allows us to have more turns. But all right, now they're going to move and they're going to attack the wound. However, this guy disappears. He's scattered. But we need to go turn off more lights. We still don't know what happens when they get to a wound. But let's go ahead and give ourselves another turn. Let's turn this light off. And then we'll go turn the other light off. All right, so here are our new cards. We've got some stuff that we are familiar with. Here's our throwback progress, which says when we die, we don't have to do anything. We're not going to do much about that. But, wow, here's 2 green. We could get our 4 green out. We could get our 4 green out, but we're really not well set up for that. We need to deal with these cockroaches before time run out. Okay. So, where is our yellow to move? We don't have any. That is dangerous. However, we do have gems we can use. So I suggest we move 2, and then we're going to have to spend 2 to turn off the lights here. Oh wow, we're trapped in here. How did we? I think I cheated. I think I walked through this wall. Surely I didn't go all the way around. I think I just walked us into this mirror through this wall. They're going to come out on a heart. They're going to move towards us and then move towards the wound. But how are we going to do this? We have the ladder, but we're not going to be able to come up in a dark room yet. But we might want to save this so that we can once the whole place is dark. Ah, we use the cat. That's what we'll do. The cat is sitting here. That's how we're going to get over there. Okay, I still think I cheated a little bit with the how I got us to this mirror in the first place. The flying cat, we need to spend a gem to relocate, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to spend our gem to go to where this cat is. And then we're going to spend... Where's my other gem? We had 2. Okay, and then I'm going to spend our second and last gem to do this. I think I had 2. Can someone check to make sure I'm not cheating? Didn't we have 2 gems at the start of this turn? I want to use 1 to fly to the cat and 1 to use candles. But I need to make sure I didn't just hallucinate that we had 2 gems at the start of the turn. If I did hallucinate, then I think we're going to have to spend an ether for a gem or let the cockroaches come get us. All right, let me wait till someone tells me whether we had 2 gems at the start of the turn or not. If we did, then we're going to use it for this. If we didn't, then I think we're going to have to do something else. Let me just have some coffee. Waiting. Boy, we have depended on those gems. One turn we have all green and we need yellow, and one turn we have all yellow and we need green. 2. Everyone agrees. 2. Okay, so I didn't hallucinate it. That's great news. So let's use our second gem to turn off the lights in A1. All right, if we turn on the lights in A1, we get card C. Wow, 2 new what's happenings. 174 and 204, those are both different. How the hell do you do this all on 6 turns? You don't do this all on 6 turns. You don't do it all. You have to find a way to unlock it. Okay, so this comes out here. So notice that this is still available. Let's just put the cat here. All right, let me use my thing for the cat. All right, so the cat is here. And we now have this place, which was always there. This was a place that let us take more turns, if I'm remembering correctly. It was 124. So 124 was seal 2 cards to add a turn. If we think we're going to run out of hours, we might want to do that. I'd rather not seal cards. But now we also have 2 new places to learn about what's happening. This one costs 6, and we're on that space. So let's go ahead and do that right now, since we have 6. So 1, 2, that's 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a very expensive 6. We do have strategic plan, but that's actually strategic plan is how we might get from here up all the way over here. But let's spend our 6 green. That's very expensive, but hopefully we're going to learn something important here. 174. This could be it. A ghostly woman is sweeping the stairs with a broom. I have to clean up here. Look at this place. It's crawling with vermin. Will it ever be clean again? And those little creatures, who will feed them? Card H. Okay, here we go. Catch them all. Place this card on the entity slot. This card is active until this dream ends. It's an assault of 5. If a cockroach is in the same place as a wound, discard that wound to discard that cockroach. Put a token on the dream gate tile. During resolving a catch, you may also seal 2 cards to cure a wound. Okay, so remember, we have to only catch 2 cockroaches. This is pretty cool. It gets rid of a wound, and you have to catch them while they're sitting on a wound. So we have to turn off the lights, have a wound that they want to sit there and eat, and then we assault it from 1 away. Or using our abilities, we can actually shoot them from far away. But the light's going to have to be off for them to be sitting at the wound. Assault 5. That's not going to be easy for us to trigger out, but okay. And we can purposely create wounds. When they move toward the nearest wound. So we could create some wounds, just like we could create some wounds purposely right now where we are. We don't really want to be on a space where a wound is, though, or they'll make us start sealing cards. What we'd rather do is assault from range. We already have very long arms. Let me just point this out. We have very long arms, so we already have a +1 range for assault. That gives us a range of 2. If we shotgun, we've got an additional range. Shotgun gives us 3 damage, and we have a steam bomb, which is 5 damage. So we should be able to shoot them twice. This will kill them right away. This one we just have to add 2 wrath to. So we actually have a way to shoot them on any card within 3 or so. So I feel like we're going to be able to do this. And maybe we won't turn this light on. A cockroach on this turn is going to come out right here. I wonder if we could catch one right away. He's going to come out right here. He's going to start heading towards this wound. But we don't really have the wrath to spare to give ourselves a wound. So we're not going to be able to do it this turn. We might be able to pull it off next turn now. These rooms are in darkness. Okay, I think we're going to be able to pull this off within the next couple hours. So let's stop our turn here. Now let's do the cockroaches. He comes out on the heart. He has to come out there. Then he moves towards us. 1 space right onto our space. Then he does the basic effect, which is he goes towards the nearest wound, which is this way. And then if he's on our space, we would seal 2 cards. He's not. Then the morphing stage happens. He moves towards the nearest wound. He's going towards this one, but he can't get there. And then the light comes up. The light doesn't come on. The light doesn't come on. So he stays there. All right, but he's going to disappear, but he might get to this one. Okay, this turn is over. We're going to need to spend another time. Now we're down to 3 hours to get a new turn card, which is this one. Blue, move, and this. I'm just going to deal my next hand, and then I'll respond to the chat. So there's our 4 cards. We're almost have to recycle. Let's just get these cards out, and then we'll address the chat. Okay, so we've got some reds. That's good. Some movements we don't really need, but we can create a wound on ourselves. That is good. But we don't have any gems or ways to get gems. Ah, here is our 3 hours. That's what we were hoping for. And we can use this for 3 red if we needed to. Okay, we're in good shape here, I think. Now, Jonathan says, we might want to consider, do we want to go back to the closet and get rid of the roach woman? It's true, there are more secrets to look at. All right, so let's talk. Turning off the light could change the wardrobe. We also haven't turned off the light on that card. We might learn more information. Okay, before we make our next decision here, since we're not in strict danger, actually, and we have extra hours, we might want to spend more time, take our time on this mission. But let me remind you of something that we've never done that this might be the time to do. Because you're saying, I wonder if getting rid of that woman in the closet or turning off the light here would be interesting. So let me remind you of something interesting. Here are the cards left for this dream. There's a secret card, there's 2 fate cards, there's a flaw card, and there's a wisdom card. Now, let me remind you that in our rules of actions, here they are. Move, assault, contact, effort, peek a card. We can discard a card from our hand to look at one of these cards, but not the wisdom card we're not allowed to peek at, and not this card we're not allowed to look at. But if we were curious what these fate cards are, I guess we're not. I thought maybe we could look at what this card was, or maybe if there was an item, we might be able to look at it. So, actually, this is not useful, although you could, with influence, item, flaw, fate, or slumber back. I don't know if this is a slumber back, but okay, so actually that's not very useful to us. All right, 3 hours left, but we have a card that gives us 3 more hours, which is tempting to use. We will use if we need to. Let's make our plan. Let's make our plan. We need to catch 2 cockroaches. We could actually move this guy with some green. But we need to kill him on a space with a wound. I'd rather not move him, but if we spent 4 green, we could move this guy onto this space. And if we were in range to do an assault like the steam bomb, that would do it. If we spend 4 green, but we don't have 4 green, but we do have this item we could spend if we wanted to generate 4 green. We could move him here, and then we just have to have on range. So if we wanted to catch this guy right now, we could even catch him here. We would do that by using the shotgun and long arms to give us a range of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could actually shoot him with the shotgun into this space. And that would generate 3 damage. And then we'd have to spend 4. We'd have to spend 2 more wrath. So if we spent these 2 cards or this one to generate 3, and then spend 4 to move him, we could very inefficiently capture this guy. But that doesn't really seem like the efficient way to do it. It seems like the smarter thing might be to wound ourselves to create a wound here. Or actually move onto his space 1, 2. Then wound ourselves to generate a wound on his space. And then steam bomb him and blow this guy up, leaving a wound on this space for the next guy. What do you think about that? And then we wouldn't have had to spend this card. And we'll be ready for the next one. The only sad thing is we will have missed doing this, what's happening, but I don't think we need that one, but we could discover something cool. So actually we can anticipate that this darkness, that this card is going to be what gets overlaid here, but there is another tile. We don't know what this does. It might be a new room. I think we should just capture this guy while we can. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend 2 yellow to walk right up to this cockroach. And then we are going to use this wrath with the realization of the sad truth to suffer a wound. When we do so, we drop a little bit of blood on this space here, which this cockroach is going to want to eat. However, the bad news for him is that he's now right where we want him. And we're just going to drop a steam bomb right on this spot. Actually, I wonder if we should do this. I mean, we should definitely kill him, but we could also kill him with this. But no, let's use the steam bomb on him, because I don't think there's any other way we're going to get out of it. I think that's going to get used. Okay, so with the steam bomb, we've generated 5 assault. He is in the same space as a wound. He's right there. He never got a chance to eat it, the poor guy. We're assaulting him. Now we discard that wound and capture the cockroach. So the wound gets captured and the cockroach gets captured. And he goes into our gate, which is right here, I guess. That's 1 of 2 captured. All right, that was the assault. During resolving a catch, we could, place, it said place a marker on the gate, not the cockroach. All right, so there's our marker on the gate. All right, now, we could also seal 2 cards to cure a distress, but we don't really need to cure a distress, so we're okay. Now our turn is probably done. However, on this turn, he's going to come out here. He's going to move towards this gem. He's going to move towards us, and then he's going to move towards this and then disappear. So the only thing we might want to consider is we could walk onto this space and turn it dark. if we walk onto this space and turn it dark, then this cockroach will come out towards it and stay present so we can capture it. So maybe we should do that. I don't think it's going to kill us to seal more cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think we should I kind of think we should do that. So I'm proposing we walk here for 1. It's a little scary because I was going to use this card to generate... Sorry, I was going to use this card to generate the assault we need. But we're going to be able to generate 4, so we would just need to be able to generate 1 more. So I say we walk with 1 here, and then we turn off the lights in this space, and it'll let us see the options in the dark, and it'll let us capture this cockroach. We could end up being bitten by this cockroach, but the worst he's going to do is steal some cards, and we're about to end this mission anyway, so I think we're okay. Oh, but what about this? This is, hold on. This is how I was going to add more hours to the game. I wish there was a better way to do it. I think we could make it, but it would give us... It would only give us 2 more turns. I mean, maybe it's better for us to give ourselves 3 hours and then we can still slowly do this. Because we're not in a huge rush. All right, slight change of plans, just because we don't need to rush and we might as well seal this. So I'm still going to go do this. It's just I'm not going to do it on this turn. So I'm going to stop here. So then the cockroach goes. He comes out here. Why is this not... This feels like it should be like this. Okay. So he spawns here. Then he does the blue action, which moves him towards the nearest wound. Then he rolls to go towards us. He goes 2 spaces and ends on our tile. And then he does this basic effect, which he goes towards this wound, 1 space, and then he runs away from the light. Then this turn is over. We need a new turn, which we need to spend an hour on. So the reason I didn't do that thing of turning this light off now is because I'm afraid we might need 3 more hours from this card. So I've held on to it. Okay, the next person is going to spawn here. He's going to move, eat the wound, go towards us, and then try to get the wound. So that's it. As long as we turn this dark, as long as we turn this tile dark, he's going to be sitting on this wound for us, ready for us to capture him. So all is well. Let's grab our 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't need to shuffle yet. And here we get our gems, which is just what we were hoping for. So let's get rid of we are going to need some assault. And that might be the way to do it. Seal this card, Ticket Distress. All right, so I'm going to trigger the So Shiny action to get us 3 gems, throwing away a yellow and a red card. There's our 3 gems, which are going to let us do whatever we want. Now we are going to move 1 with this card. And then we are going to spend 1 gem to generate 2 yellow to turn B2 into darkness. So this does get us a new B3. So this goes here. So we do have a new what's happening, but the wardrobe is staying the same. This is now in darkness. It's moved the clover a little bit. So he's going to come out here. He's going to try to go into the wardrobe. He's not quite going to make it. Then he's going to go towards us. Then he's going to go. So he's probably going to be able to sit right here, where we will be able to capture him. So we're all good. We're going to capture him on the next turn. So I suppose the question I have for you is, do you want to do this or this before we capture him? I guess we don't really have to decide right now. So let's end our turn. So the cockroach comes out here, has to come out at the clover. Then he moves towards a nearest wound, which is here. If he was on our space, we'd seal 2 cards. Then he rolls the movement dice and walks right up to us. He doesn't do anything. Now he moves towards the nearest wound, which is right here, and he just sits on it. And we're ready for our next turn. This must be spent. We're going to have to spend another hour. We're down to 1 hour. So this is it. This is our last turn unless we seal this card to get 3 more hours. All right. So he's going to move, and then we're never going to learn what he does when he eats the wound. But we're going to be able to capture him now. All right, so 4 cards we draw. We're out of cards. So we're going to reshuffle. I'm going to give us a wound when we reshuffle, which drops a wound on our space here, which we don't care about. Then we're shuffling our cards. As long as we can generate 5 assault, we will have captured him and won the mission on this round, but we still have a couple more things we could do. It's like one of these cards is facing the wrong way. I don't know what's that. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you guys are deciding whether you want us to try to do a couple of these things first. I mean, truthfully, we could seal this card and get 3 more hours and spend more time in here if we wanted to. If we thought that would help us. Now, how are we going to generate our 5 assault? We can generate... Actually, we only have 1 yellow card here, so we can generate 2 from this. We could suffer a distress to get 3 more with this card, or we could use this card. So we know we can generate the 5 assault. We just have to be near him. But we have other stuff we can do. So if you want to, we could go into this wardrobe and get rid of this woman, cockroach, once and for all. I don't know, that sounds a little ominous. Question is, do we still want to banish the roach woman? Will it get us a wisdom or a flaw? That is a great question. That is a great question. Is she an enemy? I mean, we calmed her down and she gave us a gift. It was weird how it said it, though. Like, I would have been happier if it said that... I would be happier if it said that, like, we would send her into some peacefulness. You can spend 1, you can calm it down, which is what we did, and then she crawled into a hole, and she handed us an object. We can spend an assault to get rid of it once and for all. I don't like the way that sounds. Like, I wish it said, like, I guess maybe we're using wrath. So I would be inclined to make that like an attack action. So I don't think we want to do a wrathful action against her. It sobs like a human, and we calmed her down. It doesn't feel like we want to attack her. So I don't think we should assault her. But we could do this thing. We would move and then generate 3 green, or generate 3 green. Shall we do that? Let's do that. Maybe we'll find something cool in this corner. And then we'll do the assault. All right, so I'm going to move 2. And then I'm going to spend 4 green to look in this corner of the dark room, which is 819. And unless something goes wrong, we'll be able to do this all this turn. A thin, tired woman holds a broken radio, trying to open it with a screwdriver. For some reason, it's stopped working recently. I'll try to fix it to pass the time until evening comes. So we can unflip a card or seal 2 cards to unseal a chosen card. Well, let's unflip a card. Let's unflip this card. This is the tactics that we want to unflip. Okay, so that was fun. No groundbreaking stuff here. And now it's time to capture this guy while he's not looking and end this game. All right, so we need to generate 5 assault. That's the catch them all ability. He's sitting on the wound, so we're fine. How are we going to generate 5 assault? We can either use this, 4 plus 2 is 6, and use our strategic plan. This is a nice looking card, though. I'm inclined to keep that. Since I think that we are going to get healed up, I think we should use effort to take a distress, gain 3, and then 4, 5, there's our assault. We don't even have to use our shotgun, because I think our distress is going to get cured soon. So let's do that. Let's take a distress to gain 3, and then 4, 5. That's our 5 assault. And we've captured this cockroach. Now we've captured 2 of them. Technically, we just put an ether on here. We're down to 1 hour. And if we wanted to cure distress by sealing cards, we could, but we don't really want to. Let's make sure we follow the rules. Each time you catch a cockroach, place that on a dream gate. When there are player count +1, meaning 2, we read 160. Oh, it might not be over yet. I guess we got to be a little bit careful. Well, we do have the ability. Wait, what have I done with my... when did I get rid of the card that gives us more hours? This one. I need more time. I spent as 2 yellow. I'm going to spend this 2 yellow instead, because we need to emergency generate hours if something goes wrong. Okay. 160. This is probably going to be the end of it, though. There we go. The cockroaches are caught. The slender figure of a woman, more like a shadow than a living person, hugs them as if they were her own children, and slowly starts to vanish. They did not come. Every day is the same, although something has changed. Is winter approaching slowly? I like winter. It's already dark. I'll watch TV for a while, and then I should go to sleep. Maybe they will come tomorrow. Each dreamer gains an ether, cures 3, and unseals 3. Let's do this step by step, because I seem to always be doing this a little sloppily. So each dreamer gains an ether. Okay, so there's our ether reward, 1 measly ether. Then cure 3. Okay. And unseal 3. So it's just the top 3 cards that get unsealed into the discard pile. Okay, what's next? Pile 236B goes to the slumber. I guess we're going to get some cockroaches in our slumber now. 236B into our slumber. No, it's a tile. It goes into our slumber map. Okay. Add card J to the Fate deck. So we've got a new Fate card from this secret that goes into our Fate deck. 3 shopping cards, which we already had. Change the season to ordinary days. Now, that is going to hurt us. I think we should let ourselves enjoy regeneration once. But, all right, we can discuss that. Because now we are going to be out of hours. All right, that's okay. We'll actually not, maybe not so much. All right, let me just take the ordinary days card. and we'll deal with it. We'll make that final decision later. Discard the current dreamscape. Remove all the cards. We didn't get the wisdom? We didn't get the wisdom card? Look what it is. It's another mysteries. Is it the same mysteries? Where's our mysteries card? I know I shouldn't be looking at this, but I can't help it. I can't believe, how could we have gotten this wisdom? I've lost where our other mystery card was. Is this the same card? Or are these different numbers? I feel like this is the same card. No, surely... Maybe we did need to banish her. Let me just... Alright, well, we didn't get it. Just remember this. 274 was the puppet. Let's see if the numbers are the same. It would be weird if it was the same, wouldn't it? Where did that wisdom mystery card go? Strange. Should be on the table somewhere. Is it you know what? Is it possible? You know what? This is our wisdom card. This is not part of the dream. So somehow did I take our current mystery card and I shuffled it in with this dream card, these dream cards. So there wasn't ever a wisdom card available to us in the dream. It's just our existing wisdom card I somehow mixed in. That's what's happened. All right, so there's no mystery to get. All right. So we didn't get the full. I think if we had, Jonathan, I think if we banished that woman, I think we would have gotten this flaw. I think if we had scared off that cockroach woman, I think we were going to get this flaw. So I think we did well there. All right, let's see what else we got. Ordinary days, discard the dreamscape, remove the things, as well as the dream gate tile of this dream. All right, we're not coming back here. We will not find the answers we are looking for in this house. It's not this house. The remnants of the shadow woman slip from the chair and, like a snake, slither beneath the basement hatch. The door, well, it was there the whole time. How did we only notice it now? A newspaper lies on top of it, with the ominous headline, "People have been disappearing into the underground for years. When will the authorities finally seal the entrances?" So maybe, is it here? The symbol of the silver key on the newspaper restores the hope that we are not in the wrong place. Gain tile 239G, a ship discovered in the basement. I can't believe how many dreams there are in this game. Okay. So, 239G. Reveal this to us. You are back in the dream world map. So, have I done everything? We got a new dream. We changed to ordinary days. Everything gets discarded. So the only thing we never, like, what was this? Whoa, there were some evil creatures in here. We didn't, I think maybe if we had lost this, this would have come out. I'm kind of curious to see in this game what would have happened if we tried to attack that woman. Well, you couldn't ask for too much better. We did well. We did well that mission. The cockroaches never bit us. We never found out what would happen if they ate a wound with the blue effect. Maybe that they would have turned into the faceless creatures. Bad things might have happened. We might have dodged a real bullet. Where is my thing here? Okay. Let's check in with the chat. Now we're hitting some dreams without so much chasing. Yeah, that was pretty fun. I have to say, I think that was my favorite mission. I think that was my favorite mission. This one and the previous one might be my second favorite. So that's two of the best dreams we've had in the last two sessions. And what's this new dream we've discovered? A ship discovered in the basement. Pretty cool. Okay, and yet another dream. Every dream we go into, we get another one. I mean, when we looked into that mirror and saw the cockroach version of ourselves, boy, was that cool. Okay, so we don't get the faceless ones. They get discarded. Right, that's right, isn't it? It hasn't told me to put in this book. Did you see this? The faceless creeps? I think that's what would have happened if the... Are we allowed? Maybe we should be... You know what? Since we're in this for the fun of it, let's take a look at sometimes these things that we didn't get. So we didn't have to... We weren't told to add this in. I don't know if that's because the cockroaches didn't eat the wound or because we won this. Oh my god, look at this. You suffer 3. You can't have deliverance on these guys, but we don't have to face these guys. They're out of the game. And we're done with this dream. John says, we're not getting 2 dreams anymore, so we're slowly getting towards what seemed to be end of the potential dreams. It's true, we haven't been getting 2 dreams, and we have been closing off dreams. On the other hand, we still need 5 silver keys. Maybe the silver keys are all going to be in the return to dreams. Genetics is summarizing our favorite ranking of the dreams so far. Cockroach, laboratory, sunshine days, maze, foggy docks. That sounds about right. How Genetics, where do you remember how you ranked this one? I know you kept track of your dreams. Did you keep track of which ones were your favorites? I am looking forward to healing up all of our sealed cards when we do our Delta phase soon. Genetic says, this is one of the early dreams. This is a dream we could have done way long ago and we just put off. That makes some sense. I am enjoying how we're getting a little bit more of the lore of this world. It seems like when we have Delta Phase, we may be able to not heal our distress. Like we don't need distress. I think maybe we'll unseal our cards and maybe reset our hours. I think maybe the next thing we may try to do, Jonathan, if you agree, since I believe we're going to be in very good health after the next Delta Phase, which is soon, I think we should maybe try to rush the 4 green progress. In other words, we've only got 1 green progress, but I think maybe every new green progress that we see, we should build and try to get the 4 built and not worry. Just allow ourselves to be weaker while we build those 4. I was thinking now, maybe the reason those other dreams felt a bit tiring was because we went to more difficult dreams while we were a bit weak. That's a very interesting point. In other words, did we do them a little bit out of order and do the harder dreams before the easier dreams? That's an interesting point. Jonathan agrees that now is the time to get the 4 green out. This was such an interesting one because those roaches had barely any interest in us, and even if they bit us, they never caused us wounds. They just caused us to seal cards, but we managed to avoid it. I am really curious. Okay, so normally in a game like this, I try not to read the things that we miss, but I think maybe in this game, since it's not like we're only going to get a chance to play a campaign once of this, well, maybe we'll play an expansion campaign, but let's see what would happen if one of these cockroaches made it to a wound. Let's see what happens. So 656, if they had eaten a wound. Now I feel like we played pretty cleverly. We used that paralyze to bend the rules a little bit. So, but we did smartly to avoid this happening. Let's see what would have happened though if he ate a wound. Yeah, look at that. Check how many turns are left in the turn deck. If there are 3 or more, it just eats the wound. But if there's only 3 turns left, if there are less than 3 turns left, here's what happens. You lose tile X. The cockroaches turn into something scarier. And they turn into the faceless creeps. Wow, they turn into them on this mission. And then they all spawn. All right, let's just see. What would they turn into? So they turn into something that... New goal. Oh, wow. The whole mission changes. That's so crazy. That whole mission we had, capturing cockroaches, completely changes. All of a sudden, we're facing creatures that try to attack us. We would not have enjoyed that. I think that would have been pretty unpleasant if that happened to us early in the game. Well, it's just everything this is a little peek in behind the scenes about one of the things that we don't love about this game. Like, the designers seem to be willing to give you very different experience based on what happens. So the new goal of this dream is just to survive. I want you to notice that. Look at this. If it ate one wound, all the cockroaches turn into these creeps, and there's no way after that to achieve the original goal. And instead, the only thing you have to do is survive for your last 2 turns. You just have to try to survive through turns. And when they attack, they do this stuff to you. That is very weird. And look, you can't kill them. All you do is get gems when you assault them or contact them. I would not have been happy if we had to face this. I would have not been happy at all. Do you think it's okay for the stream for other viewers? Well, if you're watching this, you've already played. When we played before, we just focused on what we unlocked first. We were honestly too chicken to try the others yet. I was closing my eyes when Jonathan wants to go back to the woman. Yeah. If that had come out, that could have happened right when we were... Imagine this came out after we captured one cockroach and we were about to capture the next one. One small move, one wrong plan, and they would have turned faceless. And if we had tried to help the woman, all because we were trying to get to that wisdom card. You want to see what would have happened if we tried to hurt that woman? I mean, we were smart. We knew not to hurt her. All right. If we had tried to attack her back, here's what would have happened. You promised me so much and now you're gone. Enough! Finally, the closet is empty. A dirty smudge reaches a dark corner where everything is piled up. Something still twitches under the pile of clothes, but eventually it stops moving. Oh my god, we would have killed her. Add card eye to the fate deck. And drop a wound, and the whole bunch of cockroaches come out of the woodwork. But can you imagine if we had planned poorly and the cockroaches jumped on this wound? That would not have been good. All right, well, we had a blast with this one. 4.5 hours. All right, I guess we wrap up here. Let's not confuse these with wounds for us. So we're in pretty good health. And it'll be even better after the next Delta phase. Fun stuff. All right, Jonathan, do you agree that this was the best dream so far? If we had gotten those faceless, this could have turned into the worst. I don't know about the worst, but if we had captured one cockroach and then one of them had eaten the wound, and it had just made us survive, we would have survived, but it would have been really sad. It's true. The cockroaches could have become faceless monsters is not improving Jesse's opinion of them. That is true. That is absolutely true. One day I'll tell you my story about the giant cockroach and the battle I had with it. John says the mannequin is still my number one. Interesting. I have forgotten all about the mannequin mission dream. I think the thing that I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff I'm enjoying, but I'm also enjoying that it does feel like we're getting more lore of the world as we go, which is very cool. All right. Thanks for joining me. Remember, on Saturday, we will play a New York noir case written by Martinez Conradi. Saturday at 1 p.m. There's a post about that on Board Game Geek in the New York Noir section. Genetic says, all I can say is you're in for a real treat. I wonder what that means. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for making it fun. I'm looking forward to more Etherfields. I'll see you next time.